Chapter 1303. My guess was right. His limit is not as simple as it was in the Realm Tower. Fairy Scarlet was overjoyed. She focused on dealing with the two Saint Demon Kings. From the moment Little Dark Shadow appeared, the four Demon Kings' battle rhythm was disrupted, and they began to waver. Little guy, can you pass through the barrier here? Lin Chen asked Little Shadow through telepathy. The little fellow's tender voice replied to Lin Chen, no, Gu. The space here has been sealed by that person. Gu, the original space enchantment has been converted into an energy confinement. Gu, we can only break it from the inside. You can't break out. Let's see who can last longer. Lin Chen was not discouraged. His opponent was a Saint King. Once his state of mind and battle spirit weakened, a fatal flaw would appear in the battle, and he would be defeated in an instant. If he wanted to fight, he had to fight with all his might. He had to attack with all his might. The myriad treasures' secret realm shook violently for a few thousand times. The space barrier that covered the treasures began to collapse. Although the barrier was strong, it could not withstand the terrifying collision between the two of them. Lin Chen's pure strength was maintained at around 2.4 trillion dragon power. His doppelganger was also refining the Long Qingguo and Saint pills in Clear Snow's pouch to heal Lin Chen. He wanted to keep him in peak condition as much as possible. 2.4 trillion dragon power is the limit of the God of War Vambrace. If I increase it any further, the energy consumption will increase exponentially. He is a living dead. I don't believe that I can't outlast him. Lin Chen was really angry. The God of War Vambrace released golden light to protect Little Shadow from the aftershocks of the battle. His punches were filled with terrifying dragon power that could destroy star cores. The Clear Sky Saint King was even more shocked. During the battle with Lin Chen, he realized that the innate dark shadow attached to Lin Chen's body was only around stage 8. According to the standard of Saint Beasts, it was not even stage 8. Lin Chen, who relied on pure strength to move, could not dodge his 9 wings of the heavenly demon. However, such a young shadow was able to increase Lin Chen's speed by more than 1-fold. Bang tilde. Fists and palms surged, and a terrifying mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky exploded. The Clear Sky Saint King retreated a few hundred steps, and Lin Chen was pushed back 1,000 miles. His body was bathed in blood, but he didn't look tired at all. Lin Chen's mental state became even more refined and refined. His 23rd hexagonal star began to stir. The benefits of battling a Saint King would bring him an even more terrifying boost in the near future. Holy King stared at Lin Chen and Little Shadow, who was not far away. His eyes were distracted for a moment. He seemed to have seen the most troublesome combination in the world. He, the Clear Sky Sage King, had seen all kinds of monstrous talents. He had also seen many holy infant on the Saint talent ranking, but he had never seen such a combination. An innate dark shadow with top-notch bloodlines from various clans. A youth who was so strong that even he, the Saint King of this generation, felt that it was beyond his understanding. In the future, you might really surpass me. The Clear Sky Saint King calmed down. In the past, he was afraid that Lin Chen's potential would hinder his resurrection plan. But now, he had to admit that if this kid didn't die in the future, he might surpass him and stand at the peak of the sacred boundary, exploring the supreme divine realm. Even though he wasn't even comparable to someone on the Saint talent ranking now. What's wrong? Lord Saint King, have you changed your mind? If you don't want to fight, just go out and turn right. I can still send you off. Lin Chen grinned and looked at the Ars Vambrace's charge without batting an eyelid. There was still 1.85% left. If they continued fighting, his dragon power would decrease. The Clear Sky Saint King opened his arms and laughed proudly. Lin Chen, you should feel honored. This king admits that you can be considered as my Clear Sky Saint King's true opponent. 4 demon kings, give me your blood. As soon as he said that, the 4 demon kings trembled. He actually has to use that last trump card. This puny human is so strong that even friend Clear Sky can't defeat him. After being shocked, the Saint Demon King's arm transformed into a black blade and stabbed toward his own chest. Splat. When the demon blood spilled, They actually dug out their own demon hearts. Not good. Fairy Scarlet and Song Elien's expressions changed slightly. They seemed to have realized something terrifying. In the next moment, the 4 demon kings swallowed their demon hearts. When they chewed their demon hearts, they spat out a mouthful of black blood and shot it toward the Clear Sky Saint King. The Clear Sky Saint King retreated and used his fingertips to cut open his palm. Strangely, his body didn't bleed. Lin Chen instantly felt that something was wrong. He waved his Ars Vambrace, and the golden fist wind blasted out. The demon blood was extremely fast. When it came into contact with Dongfang Wuji's body, the wound on his palm instantly absorbed 4 mouthfuls of demon blood. Bang! 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 The golden light exploded, and the Clear Sky Saint King blocked Lin Chen's punches with one hand. This is the feeling. The feeling of the demon blood boiling is really irresistible. The Clear Sky Saint King groaned in intoxication. His eyes were red, and a series of strange black bubbles appeared under his skin. Horns broke out of his head, and he looked more and more like a peerless demon. Taste the power that I exchanged for by sacrificing 100 generations of my life, human woman. Kaka kaka. After swallowing your flesh, I will also chew your spiritual power to pieces. The 2 Saint Demon Kings went berserk. Their claws shot out tens of thousands of demonic chi, and they were like dragons dancing around, causing the myriad treasure's secret realm to tremble and float. Fairy Scarlet and Song Elien were forced to retreat, and they even suffered some minor injuries. The current Saint Demon King's strength was more than twice as strong as before. Not only that, but the other 2 Saint Demon Kings also rushed out of Song Elien and Fairy Scarlet's encirclement and surrounded Lin Chen from both sides. 3 against 1. Lin Chen was in an absolute predicament. I've said before that I will use all means to kill you. Other than that arm guard, your potential is nothing in front of this king. The Clear Sky Saint King laughed sinisterly. Just when he was about to make his move, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Yes, without my bracer, I am nothing in front of you. But where did you get the confidence to think that I only have one of such treasures? Lin Chen's smile was wild and overbearing. In order to guard against you cunning old fools, I can't only rely on one trump card. The Clear Sky Saint King was stunned. Could it be? The golden light appeared again, and the Clear Sky Saint King's eyes widened. Brilliant golden light surrounded Lin Chen's left leg, and the mysterious god of war's runes appeared. A brand new leg armor fit perfectly under Lin Chen's left knee. Boom! 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 At this moment, heaven and earth roared. Streaks of divine aura shot up into the sky like flowers falling from the sky. The golden light gathered and formed a shadow that covered Lin Chen's body. The shadow was wearing a helmet and armor, and its battle aura was invincible. Even though it was just a flash of the shadow, it gave the Clear Sky Saint King the illusion that he was invincible. He had only encountered this kind of invincible pressure once in the primordial age. It was the true god realm that was above the Saint King realm. Chapter 1304. The Ars God of War set could increase one's strength by stacking the number of parts. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure strength was unstoppable. It had reached a whole new level. Golden light covered Lin Chen's head. It was the absolute power of the world. Lin Chen's eyes were like the reincarnation of the God of War. It was terrifying, and it shocked the Clear Sky Sage King. 2. 5 trillion dragon power, 2. 9 trillion dragon power, 3. 5 trillion dragon power, 4 trillion dragon power. The blood in Lin Chen's body became chaotic. It was like boiling lava, and it could not be stopped. His flesh started to collapse, and his sage body started to bleed. Lin Chen, who was surrounded by endless golden light, started to bleed. His body had reached its limit. This was the first time that Lin Chen's sage body could not withstand the power of the Ars God of War set. It's not enough. With this strength, I can't break through the encirclement of the 2 demon kings and the Clear Sky Sage King. I need more. Lin Chen roared angrily as he glared at the Clear Sky Sage King. His body, which was covered in a vast amount of divine light, started to burn with an orange flame. Consumed 300,000 talent points. The host has chosen his target. Orange rank innate skill, absolute life and death. Increasing the host's strength, an orange flame broke through the shackles. The 22 hexagonal stars in Lin Chen's body started to glow with orange flames. This orange flame burned all of his saint points, saint energy, blood chi, mental energy, and even his life force into strength. The orange rank innate skill, absolute life and death. This was the first time Lin Chen used this skill after it was upgraded. The strength that he gained from burning his sage body's life force was on a completely different level compared to when he was still the War Emperor. 5 trillion dragon power, 5 trillion dragon power, 5 trillion dragon power, 5 trillion dragon power. With the help of the absolute life and death, Lin Chen's Ars God of War set increased his strength to another level. Oh no! The two demon kings' faces changed. They stomped on the void and rushed to Lin Chen's back like lightning. The two demon kings attacked Lin Chen's back. Their palms were like a black vortex. The moment they attacked, the light in the world dimmed, and the entire Myriad Treasure's secret realm became a nest of demons. Only the dazzling golden divine radiance did not fall. Golden divine radiance suddenly flash. TSK. Bang. Demonic chi exploded, and black smoke billowed in the sky. 2 tens of thousands of miles long spatial cracks appeared in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Those were the directions where the two Saint Demon Kings were sent flying. It was a ghastly sight. The two Demon Kings didn't even see how Lin Chen attacked. Finally, Lin Chen's power soared all the way to 630 billion dragon power point. 9,999 beams of golden light crisscrossed in the void as the young man slowly walked out of the golden light pillar. The terrifying power that could tear the world apart shattered the spatial crystal walls. Lin Chen hovered in the air as he donned the God of War's right arm and left leg armor at the same time. Amidst the golden divine light, even the spatial barrier set up by the clear sky Holy King started to crumble. His entire body was dazzling like an array of stars that were covered in divine radiance. He was invincible in all directions, and he was like a God of War in golden armor that had descended into the world. He controlled the sun, moon, the universe, and ruled over the destruction of all things. The two demon kings were knocked back by Lin Chen in one move, and they regained some of their senses from their violent rage. They were shocked for the first time. What kind of move did this human use? I've never seen such a heaven-defying young human before. Lin Chen's heart throbbed. Although his life force was slowly fading away, he didn't panic at all. All he had was the will to fight against the heavens and the earth. Little guy, go back. Leave the rest to me. Lin Chen sent a telepathic message to Little Dark Shadow, and Little Dark Shadow immediately returned to his clear snow plant pouch. In the following battle, Little Dark Shadow couldn't interfere even if it was extremely talented. Lin Chen even had to split his attention to protect it. His body was filled with heaven-defying divine power, and he had the illusion that he could turn the world upside down with a wave of his hand. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was only an instant. The clear sky Holy King instantly came back to his senses. You still have a trump card. The clear sky Holy King's voice was hoarse. He didn't expect that Lin Chen still had such a powerful trump card. I still have a lot of trump cards, Lord Holy King. Last time, the sacred burial mountain was almost smashed into pieces by your array. Now. Lin Chen smiled coldly. Let's settle this score now. Arrogant young man, die. Red refined 7 kills. The Holy King didn't hold back anymore. He pointed out a finger, and everything fell silent. A giant demonic chi finger with the word kill engraved on it appeared in the sky. It was as if there were demons rushing toward Lin Chen. The God of War's right arm armor shone brightly. Lin Chen laughed arrogantly and threw out a palm strike. This palm strike was so powerful that it could shake the world. This palm strike was so powerful that it could dominate the world. Between the 5 fingers, there was a mighty force that could suppress ghosts and gods. It was like a storm that swept across the sun, the moon, and the stars. It suddenly descended upon the Myriad Treasure's secret realm, and heaven and earth trembled in fear. Chi tilde. Rip tilde. The moment the space was pierced, the clear sky Holy King's red refined 7 kills finger was directly smashed into nothingness by Lin Chen. Bang tilde. Lin Chen took a step forward, and his body turned into a flash of divine light. The clear sky Holy King's scalp turned numb. Before he could escape, a golden light spun furiously. Lin Chen's speed was so fast that it was as if he was jumping between realms. The golden leg armor shone brightly above the Holy King's head. Lin Chen, who was above the Holy King's head, suddenly unleashed his dragon power. With a flash of golden light, his leg was like a battle axe, and it hit the top of the Holy King's head. Kai tilde. Bang! The clear sky Holy King was sent flying by Lin Chen's kick, and he crashed into the myriad treasure's secret realm. The entire realm shook as if it was hit by a meteorite. Half of the mountain in the secret realm was directly smashed into half, and the foundations on both sides were completely overturned. Song Elian, who was in a tough battle, could not help but tremble. One had to know that the many treasures in the myriad treasure's secret realm were all set up by the Grand Supreme Elder of the Elders Guild. Without a specific method, even Song Elian could not destroy a single flower or plant in the myriad treasure's secret realm. Lin Chen broke the mountain in the myriad treasure's secret realm with just one kick? How many more secrets does this young man have? Bang! 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 Demonic chi rose, and when it exploded continuously, it formed hundreds and thousands of demonic rings that were as dark as the abyss. They surrounded Lin Chen in all directions. Each demonic ring could easily crush a peak 5th stage saint, and even severely injure an early stage 6th stage saint. The two demon kings clenched their fists tightly, and the demonic rings shrunk at lightning speed, squeezing the space and trying to trap Lin Chen. Break! Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and his dragon energy swept across the 4 seas. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light shot out from his body, and they turned into golden rays that fell like flowers from the sky, shattering all the black demonic ring. Lin Chen raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, and a golden fist light suddenly shot out in the direction of the two demon kings. In an instant, it turned into countless afterimages, and he threw out hundreds of punches at lightning speed. The power of each punch was no less than 550 billion dragon energy. The two demon kings were filled with murderous intent, and they were ready to fight. One of the demon kings released all his demonic chi, and it turned into a huge heaven-covering demon falcon that swept across the sky. The other demon king's demonic body cracked open a space that seemed like it was connected to another dimension. A demonic claw reached out from the crack, and it met Lin Chen's hundreds of punches head-on. Bang! 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 Terrifying energy filled the sky, and the myriad treasure's secret realm was on the verge of collapsing. The glowing golden fist wind forced the two demon kings to retreat continuously. Even Fairy Scarlet, who was on the other side of the secret realm, was shocked. How can he be so powerful? How can he still have the upper hand in a 1-on-3 fight? Chapter 1305. In the space below Lin Chen, another blood-red lightning bolt shot toward him. It contained the aura of death. The clear sky sage king's blood-red lightning bolt made Lin Chen feel a sense of danger. He immediately activated his dragon power and retreated. With a backhand slap, he shattered the blood-red lightning bolt. Lin Chen, if I don't get rid of you, I won't be able to rest easy. Die! The clear sky sage king roared. The demonic blood in his body condensed into a demonic dragon and charged toward Lin Chen. An old monster who has betrayed the human race should go back to your coffin. Lin Chen's battle intent rose. When he shattered the demonic dragon with a punch, he threw out dozens of punches. His dragon power was so powerful that the light dimmed. Ju Tian teleportation. The two of them fought fiercely. Lin Chen's punches and kicks were so powerful that they could shatter an entire plane. However, after the clear sky sage king absorbed the demonic blood of the 4 demon kings, his strength became stronger as time passed. However, at the same time, his entire body was collapsing. His body was bleeding profusely, and his demonic aura soared into the sky. His face was distorted, and black bubbles were coming out of it. He no longer looked like a human. After this battle, he would definitely not be able to use this body anymore. Every time he took over a new body, his spiritual power would gradually weaken. The two of them were fighting with killing intent. Neither of them had any intention of retreating. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other here. The two demon kings were forced to retreat for less than 10 breaths before they charged toward Lin Chen again. The saint demon kings were extremely violent and vicious. They had to win this battle at the cost of swallowing their demonic hearts and sacrificing their lifespan. With the three demons attacking together, Lin Chen fought with all his might. He threw himself into the battle. His punches were like fierce dragons that shook the stars. His palms were like heaven and earth. Every time, he would charge into the three demons' close combat area and fight. He unleashed his pure strength to the extreme. Every punch was on the flesh. 4 streaks of holy light flashed. Lin Chen's punches and kicks were like a god of war descending to the world to fight against the demons. His battle prowess was invincible, and his divine radiance would never fade. Super Chaos triggered 4 times. Host has activated all the chaos times. Talent points consumed, 400,000, successfully activated Destruction Rupture, consumed 660,000 talent points, obtained 250,000 Heaven's Path points, 190,000 talent points, 190,000 set essence points, 300 million enhancement points. The more Lin Chen fought, the braver he became. He used his various talents one after another. He did not hesitate to use up all his talent points to fight the Clear Sky Saint King to the end. At the same time, the attribute points he gained were all terrifyingly high. In the outside world, while the Pill Region's Elder Assembly was still anxious, the azure-robed powerhouse's expression suddenly changed. The spatial enchantment is about to crack. Is there a change in the situation inside? The cyan-robed man immediately took action. He tore the space apart and rushed into the space above the entrance of the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. As long as there was any situation, even if there was a trace of aura leaking out, he would immediately rush in through the internal space crack. Seeing this, the elders immediately rushed out of the heaven, earth, and human pavilions. They stepped into the air and floated above towering Sky Island. With a wave of their sleeves, they activated the space array and even added a layer of space enchantment to protect it. What's going on? It's the elders. Why have you activated the spatial array? Something's not right. Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in Skybearing City? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. The Heaven's Choice Conference had just ended, and there were still many people in Skybearing City. Everyone channeled their sacred power and looked through the air. They were all curious to see the elders on guard. Out of the 36 domains, the Pill domain was the domain with the deepest connections, not to mention the Pill region's representative, the Elder Assembly. Offending the Pill region's Elder Assembly? Even a rank 7 giant didn't have such a foundation. While the Elder Assembly was on guard in the outside world, inside the Myriad Treasure's secret realm, Lin Chen was fighting 1 against 3, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. At this time, Lin Chen's pure power was close to 650 billion dragon power. His war god armor had reached its current limit, but his absolute life and death talent burned his life force in exchange for power. As time passed, it would become stronger and stronger. The vast and continuous Myriad Treasure's mountain range was completely shattered at this time. Most of the spatial enchantment covering the herbs and holy items had dissipated. Many rare treasures floated in the air or sank into the ground. Some of them had been severely damaged. The spatial crystal wall was devastated and almost shattered. The Myriad Treasure's secret realm had endured the aftermath of 3 powerful battles. It was close to the limit. It seemed that it only needed an opportunity to break the shackles of the entire realm from the inside. Bang! Rumble tilde tilde. Another earth-shattering collision. 1 man and 3 devils separated, each taking one side. Lin Chen's breathing was slightly disorderly, but his eyes were full of excitement. He had gained a lot of attribute points from the previous battle. Most importantly, this level of battle was endless for Lin Chen. This king's injuries haven't healed. The wound on the devil heart is expanding. How is this possible? The 2 devil kings were shocked. Clear Sky Sage King's eyes were full of shock. He had seen Lin Chen's strange trump card in the World Tower. Even though he had been careful, he still didn't know when he had been hit. He didn't use his bloodline ability or any cultivation techniques. Previously, He had been fighting with the two strange golden armor, but he had fallen into Lin Chen's trap. The two of you, we don't have time to waste with him. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. Kill him with one move. When Clear Sky Sage King shouted, the two Saint Devil King's eyes flashed. They bared their teeth and said ferociously, "Friend Clear Sky, I hope you don't disappoint our race. The four of us will help you. If we can't take down this kid or give you enough rewards, we will definitely report your situation to our superiors in the future." Clear Sky Sage King frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. There's no turning back. Killing this kid is equivalent to getting rid of a future threat for the devil race." The two devil kings looked at each other, and their expressions softened. They immediately stood behind Clear Sky Sage King. Splat tilde. The two devil kings' bodies cracked, and dozens of spikes protruded from them. In the next moment, the spikes pierced into Clear Sky Sage King's head and temple. Roar tilde tilde. The Clear Sky Saint King let out a roar, and the devil chi in his body surged. The devil chi was like black snakes dancing in the sky. All of the black snakes started to enter the Clear Sky Saint King's glabella and locked onto Lin Chen. The black devil light became even more intense. "You want to decide the victor in one move? That's exactly what I want." Lin Chen's arrogance was wanton, and his smile became even crazier. The orange flames burning in his body suddenly intensified. Lin Chen's life force was being drained even faster. At this moment, Lin Chen swung his left leg slightly backward. The ultimate left leg armor of the God of War released a myriad of rays of golden divine radiance that twisted into a golden vortex of light. It was as if all space and time had been sucked into the golden vortex of light. 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 4,000 times. The power that Lin Chen received from his life force continued to soar. His dragon power broke through 7 trillion dragon power points, then 8 trillion dragon power point. Lin Chen's fighting spirit surged, and the corners of his mouth rose. "With this kick, I'll send you back to your hometown." Chapter 1306. Thousand Saint Devil Burial. The Clear Sky Saint King, who was boosted by the two Devil Kings, roared as layers of devil chi whirlpools appeared between his brows. A devil golem that spanned half of the myriad treasure's secret realm appeared in the whirlpool and charged at Lin Chen. Break. Lin Chen channeled his energy and charged forward. Then, he spun around and kicked the devil statue with his leg. The peerless divine energy that could destroy a Devata realm erupted from his left gauntlet. At this moment, the other two devil kings, Celestial Scarlet and Song Yi Lian, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions changed slightly, and they retreated immediately. In the outside world, the spatial barrier that sealed the myriad treasure's secret realm cracked open and shone with a golden light. The void began to tremble, and the green-clad powerhouse's expression changed slightly. The green-clad powerhouse reacted quickly and rushed over immediately. Rip. Bang tilde tilde. Boom. As an explosion that resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths reverberated, space itself exploded. Brilliant and dazzling golden divine radiance that seemed to have the power to push through 3,000 worlds shot out of the myriad treasure's secret realm and headed straight for the sky above the Pill region. Yi Lian, Lin Chen, I'll save. The green-clad powerhouse felt his scalp tingle. As a high-ranking official in the Elder Council, he looked as though he had just seen a ghost. What was even more terrifying was the young man in the golden light had raised his left leg and kicked out. 3 figures were sent flying at lightning speed, and they threw up blood. The green-clad powerhouse was dumbfounded. The ones who were sent flying were Clear Sky Saint King and the 2 Saint Demon Kings. What was even crazier was that the myriad treasure's secret realm was destroyed by Lin Chen's kick. He destroyed the realm with a single kick. Bang! 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 The space exploded, and the golden light tore through the void. The 2 Saint Devil Kings and the Clear Sky Saint King were sent flying 100,000 miles away in just an instant. The green-clad powerhouse looked at Lin Chen and the Clear Sky Saint King in a daze, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. What the F***CK? Who was protecting who? Did this brat really need protection? Pill region, sky-bearing city. When the space shook, all the elders were on guard. Suddenly, The hunchbacked old man seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no! Increase the spatial enchantment. As soon as the 10 great elders made their moves and poured their saint energy into the enchantment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to have been stirred up in an instant. The space seemed to have been flipped upside down. Everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Just as they were feeling dizzy, boom, bang tilde, bang tilde tilde. The 10 great elders were forced back by the aftershock of the golden radiance. The sky above sky-bearing city was torn open in almost 1,000th of a breath. A spatial crack that stretched for millions of kilometers appeared above the city. Inside sky-bearing city, everyone's hearts shook. The sky had split open. The sky was instantly filled with golden divine radiance, and 4 figures flashed past in an instant. When the sages activated their saint power and looked at it, they instantly exploded. Look, what's that? F***CK, Holy Demon King? Demons dare to come here? Everyone, get ready. Grab your weapons and beat his mother up. We don't have to buy anything, we don't have to sleep with women, but the demons must die. Wait. SSS tilde 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 damn, isn't that Lin Chen? There's also that person. F***CK, the Clear Sky Saint King? The Clear Sky Saint King was beaten out? Lin Chen flashed past at an extremely fast speed, but he couldn't avoid the sage's eyes. When they saw the Clear Sky Saint King vomiting blood, even the 10 great elders were stunned. What's going on? How did the Clear Sky Saint King and 2 Holy Demon Kings get beaten out? This kid is too strong. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. Space collapsed, and the air collapsed, forming many golden vortexes. Lin Chen swept across the sky with another kick that had destroyed the planar meteor. With a boom, the entire sky-bearing city shook violently. Bang! Bang! The 2 Holy Demon Kings were sent flying. Their demonic blood spurted out, and their attributes dropped rapidly. Lin Chen activated his dragon power and teleported in front of the Clear Sky Saint King again. His golden fist smashed into the Clear Sky Saint King's chest, forcing him to be unable to defend himself even if he wanted to. The Clear Sky Saint King gritted his teeth. Demonic chi seeped out of his body as he clawed at Lin Chen. However, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he activated his dragon power and closed in on the Clear Sky Saint King, fighting him head-on. He tried his best to avoid the attacks that he could. As for the attacks that he couldn't avoid, Lin Chen also chose to fight head-on. You punch and I kick. It was a win-win situation. There was no fear at all. Some of the geniuses on the monster rankings were stunned. How dare you touch your brother Chen? I'll beat you to death. Since I don't care about life and death, I'll fight head-on. Come on, don't retreat. Are you trying to hide? Old fox, you even brought the demon race to trick me. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. His body was burning with orange flames, and golden light covered his body. He forced the Clear Sky Saint King's body to retreat. The 2 heavily injured Holy Demon Kings wanted to help the Clear Sky Saint King, but they were kicked thousands of miles away by Lin Chen time and time again. Lin Chen entered the final moment of the absolute life and death talent. His attacks were like a crazy demon. He used both his fists and legs. Uppercuts, elbows, knees, kicks, and whips. Every move was fatal. He closed in on the Saint King and fought head-on. It was as if the god of war had descended. Everyone in the sky-bearing city was stunned. Whether it was the 6th-rank aristocratic families and sects, the 7th-rank leviathans, the alchemy grandmasters who lived like princes, the reclusive old monsters who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, or the unruly geniuses on the monster ranking, everyone had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were so wide open that an egg could fit inside. Ever since the explosion of 10,000 pills in the air, this child had once again let them witness an unforgettable scene. He punched the Clear Sky Saint King and stepped on a high-level Demon King. Was this the monster rankings? If only Lin Chen was on the monster rankings, then weren't the other geniuses all idiots? There's actually such a young man in this world, too cruel. I don't want to be his enemy in this lifetime. Fighting a Saint King head-on, this guy isn't human. It's beyond common sense. How can we be born in the same era as this monster? The people on the monster rankings who were still in the sky-bearing city felt a great sense of loss. Seeing this, the 10 elders of the Council of Elders didn't dare to rashly interfere in the battle. They would be affected by Lin Chen's crazy attacks at any moment. They turned around to protect the millions of people in the sky-bearing city. Bam! 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 Lin Chen's fists caused a series of explosions on the clear sky Saint King's body. Demon blood splattered everywhere, and the Saint King's expression changed. He finally couldn't hold on anymore. The clear sky Saint King's injuries kept accumulating. The extermination and rupture latent ability caused his injuries to snowball. The Saint King didn't even have a space to escape through the spatial passageway. He was defeated by Lin Chen's storm of attacks. Finally, ZZZT tilde. Bam tilde. Lin Chen forgot how many punches he had thrown. When he hit the clear sky Saint King's chest again, the Saint King's body exploded into a bloody mist by Lin Chen. Target killed. Absolute life and death has been removed. Chapter 1307. The moment he destroyed the clear sky Sage King's substitute body, a treasure chest with 5 glowing orange-colored lights dropped. This supreme treasure chest was a little special. The orange-colored flames on Lin Chen's body slowly dissipated, and the 2 God of War parts also dimmed. Lin Chen breathed heavily and let out a long sigh of relief. He had just fought the clear sky Sage King with his last breath. Once the absolute life and death talent was activated, there was no turning back. It was either you die or I die. Luckily, I killed this old man. Otherwise, I would have died. Just as Lin Chen was feeling scared, a new phenomenon appeared in his Saint Cave. A new Saint Cave had appeared in the Tai space. Crack, crack. 2 crisp cracking sounds came from his body. Lin Chen's 23rd and 24th Saint Caves were opened at this moment. He had broken through the bottleneck. 24 hexagonal star caves shone brightly on his body. Those who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground. He won. Lin Chen won. He was too cruel. He had destroyed the clear sky Sage King's body. Many of the geniuses on the demon genius list swore in their hearts that they would never provoke this guy again. He was too sick, too cruel. If anyone said that they were afraid of their status on the demon genius list, they would believe it. But this Lin Chen, he had even killed the clear sky Sage King. Why would he be afraid of his status on the demon genius list? Provoking him was the same as killing himself. The 2 demon kings reacted quickly. When they saw this, they immediately activated their demon blood seals. In a breath's time, they opened the space vortex filled with demonic chi. When the 2 demon kings left, they looked at Lin Chen with fear in their eyes. There is such a monster in the human race. Looks like we have to report this. The appearance of such a person in the human race is a threat to our race's plan. After the 2 demon kings left, the 10 elders did not dare to chase after them. They were from the Elixir region's Elder Guild. After all, they were proficient in alchemy. They were not like those demons who spent all their time fighting and killing. Normally, in a battle of the same level, high-level holy demon kings would definitely be superior. Another breakthrough? Lin Chen looked at his full Saint Acupoints in shock and sighed. Another breakthrough? But, the price I paid was a little tragic. When Lin Chen opened the system, the corner of his mouth twitched. Rs set ultimate left gauntlet recharge, 0, 2%. Rs set ultimate right armlet recharge, 0, 13%. As for the set essence attribute, although it still had 9 million points, it could only restore 5% of one component's energy. At that time, he would at most be able to deal with a 6th heaven true saint. Lin Chen would definitely be in trouble if he were to encounter such a situation again in a short period of time. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Once I've beaten this old man to a pulp, I won't have to worry about him looking for me in the short term. I don't believe that a person who's about to die can come looking for me again and again. Lin Chen calmed himself down and removed the 2 Rs set pieces. He then released the Holy Dragon and collected the attribute light balls dropped by the 2 Holy Demon Kings. Host has received 18 billion high-grade blood essence, 12 billion high-grade blood essence, 3 million high-grade spiritual power, 5 billion enhancement points, 9 million talent points, 900,000 wind energy points. These attribute light balls were of extremely high quality. Lin Chen's blood essence and 6 doppelgangers immediately helped him absorb a huge amount of blood essence attributes. His strength began to soar. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he grabbed the Clear Sky Holy King's treasure chest. Opened, Cultivation Technique category, 5 Light Supreme Treasure Chest. Host has received Mid-Orange Movement Technique, 9 Wings of the Heavenly Demon. Once cultivated to 9 wings, the host can travel millions of li in a breath. Even within the sacred boundary, the host can surpass the speed of light. Mid-Orange Movement Technique. Moreover, it was the most precious and rare movement technique in the legends. This is not a loss. Ha ha ha. Orange tier movement techniques were already ridiculously expensive. Intermediate orange tier movement techniques might not even be available to rank 7 powerhouses. Clear Sky Holy King, I am truly grateful to your entire family. Lin Chen's heart was carefree. When he accepted the cultivation technique, he realized that many people in Sky-bearing City were staring at him. Lin Chen stilled. Then, he brushed his bangs and smiled evilly. Don't be infatuated with this brother. This brother is just a legend. Don't worship me because I belong to this world. Everyone, those who were still admiring Lin Chen to the point of prostrating themselves before him a moment ago, had their admiration reduced by half. However, after this battle, Lin Chen would definitely cause a huge commotion in the sacred boundary in the near future. His achievements in alchemy and battle achievements were unprecedented. If things went wrong, he might even alert the Genius Saint ranking. You always come and cause a ruckus every time. You don't even bring me along. The moment the spatial barrier was removed, the little demon empress immediately rushed over with the people of Purple Cloud King Valley. The little demon empress angrily punched Lin Chen. The elders of Purple Cloud King Valley could only smile bitterly. Bring you along? Good heavens, Lin Chen hit a Holy King substitute. Miss, you want to hit a Holy King too? They couldn't bear the responsibility. Heh, don't worry. I am also on the monstrous genius ranking now. We will have many opportunities to work together. The pale Lin Chen still revealed a tacit, evil smile. The little demon empress smiled. The 2 demons looked at each other and smiled. The elders couldn't help but feel scared. Prince Lin Chen, are you alright? Fairy Scarlet shuttled through the void. Her aura was slightly weak and she looked worried. Lin Chen's heart warmed. This time, it was all thanks to Fairy Scarlet. Otherwise, if there was another high-level Holy Demon King besieging him, the result wouldn't be optimistic. Lin Chen immediately asked, "Where are the 2 Holy Demon Kings?" Fairy Scarlet said, "They left not long after you broke the spatial barrier of the Myriad Treasures secret realm. You have to be careful. The potential you showed will definitely attract the attention of the devil race. Don't I have you?" Lin Chen teased. Fairy Scarlet rolled her eyes at him. "I can't help you every time." The 10 elders of the Elders Guild heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that although Lin Chen's aura was weak, he was still lively. When they activated their holy power and looked through the void, they saw their cyan-robed leader repairing the spatial barrier while messing around in the wind. They were stunned again. When they looked again, the 10 elders' mouths suddenly trembled a few times. The entire Myriad Treasures secret realm was torn apart. The treasures inside, especially the easternmost region, where a huge hole of hundreds of thousands of feet was kicked out, destroying the barrier with one kick. This young man is too terrifying. The elders' hearts twitched a few times, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Immediately, 7 elders shuttled through the void and joined the operation to repair the Myriad Treasures secret realm. What made all the elders feel even more pained were the treasures in the Myriad Treasures secret realm. Although it wasn't too late to rescue them, more than 30% of the treasures were scattered into the endless void because of the collapse of the spatial barrier. Even if the cyan-robed leader took action, it would be difficult to retrieve all of them, let alone repair the Myriad Treasures secret realm. However, they couldn't blame Lin Chen. After all, it was the Clear Sky Holy King who took the initiative to attack him. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. He immediately shuttled through the void and returned to the Myriad Treasures secret realm. There were still attribute treasure chests in the myriad treasures secret realm that he hadn't taken yet. Chapter 1308. Inside an ancient bronze coffin in the sacred burial mountain range. The clear sky sage king's main body was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. A Providence plant pouch flashed back into the ancient coffin like a ghost. This Providence plant pouch followed the owner's spiritual imprint like a shadow. It was much more advanced than Lin Chen's clear snow plant pouch. The clear sky saint king opened his cold eyes, and his life force dimmed even more. He stared at the Providence plant pouch and Mo Juye, who was on the verge of death, with a cold expression. Lin Chen, what a good Lin Chen. This kid's wings are fully grown, and I'm afraid he won't be able to suppress his sharpness in a short period of time. The clear sky sage king's expression was gloomy and fierce. He wasn't someone who looked down on Lin Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the heavenly selection meeting. However, he hadn't expected that even after he had recruited 4 Saint Demon Kings and had personally taken action, he would still be killed by this brat and end up in the most miserable state. This kid's growth curve is too heaven-defying. How long has it been since I met this kid in the sacred burial mountain range? Not only has he reached the 3rd heaven saint realm and entered the demon genius list, but his trump card can make him invincible under the star realm. The clear sky sage king's eyes flickered, and the weakness in his mind grew stronger. The saint's 4th heaven acupoint expansion would expand the saint acupoint and increase the saint force. Once the saint force was released, it would be like a prison of mountains and seas. The 5th heaven transformation would condense the saint force and transform the saint force. The saint force would be boundless, and every inch of the saint force would have the power to move the stars. The 6th heaven life and death would allow the saint force to be tainted with the chi of life and death. The saint force could create life. It could create destruction, and because the saint force was tainted with the chi of life, it could even regrow a broken arm if it was severely injured with enough time. 7-layered Na Xing, the saint power that contained the chi of life and death in the saint point, was used to absorb the energy of the universe. It could be refined into a celestial body, causing the power of the saint point to be as majestic as a celestial body, solidifying the realm of Na Xing. With the battle prowess that this kid could unleash now, as long as he still had those 2 strange braces and greaves, he would be invincible under the 7th level of the star-receiving realm. The Na star realm was a power that was close to the peak of the sacred boundary. Normally, not many of them would stay in the sacred boundary to explore the endless secret realms or travel the universe. Even if the clear sky saint king could mobilize this kind of person, he would not be able to find him in a short period of time. Forget it. The most important thing right now is to find the 9 Dragon Balls and restore my source of consciousness. As for substitutes, I still have Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen. When I resurrect, both of you will die. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. He immediately traveled through the void and returned to the myriad treasures secret realm. There were still attribute treasure chests in the myriad treasures secret realm. When he returned to the myriad treasures secret realm, Lin Chen ignored the elder's puzzled gazes and rushed toward the direction where the attribute light was emitting. At the peak of the Golden Mountain range, another 5-light supreme treasure chest was floating. However, this 5-light treasure chest was different. It was emitting a light orange color, which was slightly different from the previous one. When Lin Chen flew into the air and grabbed the attribute treasure chest, the system screen popped up. Opened, talent category, 5-light supreme treasure chest. Host has received orange grade, 1 time, active talent, heaven-defying talent. Extreme attack, extreme instant kill, defense break, instant kill. Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was overjoyed and annoyed at the same time. He almost blurted out, "I'll take you guys to fight. F***CK. If I had gotten this talent and used it with the God of War 2-piece set, I would have killed all these demon bastard." Lin Chen felt that he had lost 100 million. If the God of War 2-piece set was used with the heaven-defying talent, Lin Chen had absolute confidence that he could kill the 4 demon kings. However, at least he had more confidence now. With the heaven-defying talent, anything is possible. Sigh, this world is so wonderful. I suddenly feel that I'm even more handsome. Lin Chen accepted it happily. When the God of War two-piece set was not fully charged, this trump card could be said to be the strongest. However, Lin Chen, who had just received the heaven-defying talent, was shocked to find that there was no trace of Little Shadow in Qing Shui's plant pouch. Little Shadow was gone. Where did this little guy go? Lin Chen was moved. Little Shadow's spiritual imprint was very dim. He could not tell if it was because of weakness or because of the distance. Damn it, you should have told me if you wanted to leave. Where did you go? Lin Chen was burning with anxiety. If the carnate dark shadow wanted to hide, it would be easier to find them in the endless void than to find a needle in a haystack. After Little Shadow followed Lin Chen, it had never left Lin Chen's side. This was because this little guy had a fatal weakness. It consumed energy very quickly. If it did not eat any pills for a short period of time, it would be so hungry that it could not walk. This was especially true for Little Shadow now. Ordinary pills would be treated as snacks at most. It would need at least a rank 1 divine pill to support its consumption for a short period of time. If it encountered a peerless powerhouse again, it would most likely become that person's pet. Lin Chen anxiously looked around the myriad treasures' secret realm, but there was no sign of Little Shadow. However, Lin Chen's weak body did not allow him to continue searching. He was forced to return to the Elder Pavilion to recuperate. The Elders Guild was still trying to save the myriad treasures' secret realm. Lin Chen bought many healing pills from the Elders Guild, and their effects were better than his Long Qingguo. When a saint was injured, even the lightest injury would take months to recover. Lin Chen only took 1 day and 1 night to recover 80%. At night, Lin Chen was burning with anxiety. Little Shadow was not back yet. Where did this little guy go? At this moment, a colorful light rushed into Lin Chen's clear snow plant pouch, ignoring the spiritual restriction on the Providence plant pouch. Lin Chen was about to be on guard, but he was overjoyed. Little guy, you still have the face to come back. Where did you go? Lin Chen was about to teach Little Shadow a lesson when he saw the little guy staring at Lin Chen's spiritual form with tears in his eyes. What are you looking at? Do you think you won't be beaten by acting cute? You ran away without saying a word. Do you know? F***ck. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he was instantly stunned. He saw a mountain of treasures behind Little Shadow. They were colorful and dazzling. There was a 10,000-foot-long heavenly ice soul, a 9-colored exquisite body heart that was so valuable that it could bring the dead back to life, and a nirvana sacred lotus that was tainted with the aura of life and death. There were too many top-grade treasure. Seeing this, Lin Chen sucked in a cold breath, and his heart trembled. Did this little guy rob some 7th-rank sect's treasure vault? Many of the treasures were even worth as much as an orange-grade cultivation method scroll. Now, they were piled up like a small mountain in front of Lin Chen. Even with his wealth, he felt like he was dreaming when facing these treasures. As if he had thought of some possibilities, Lin Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. You stole the myriad treasures' secret realm? Little Shadow suddenly puffed out his chest proudly when he mentioned this. He was very proud of himself. Lin Chen thought about it again. Although this little guy was very talented, he did not have the means to steal the treasures of the myriad treasures' secret realm under the eyes of the green-robed powerhouse and Song Elian. To be more precise, this little guy should be the one who picked up the loot. Little Shadow said, "It's impossible for me to sleep. It's impossible for me to sleep in this life. Stealing things like this can only maintain the appearance of a normal life." Cuckoo. Chapter 1309. The aftermath of the battle between Lin Chen and Clear Sky Sage King had shattered the spatial enchantments of many treasures, causing them to fall into the endless spatial cracks and void gaps. Innate dark shadows were born in the boundless void and had the most natural spatial talent. They could easily find the top-grade sacred artifacts scattered in the void gaps of the myriad treasures' hidden realm. Even the green-clothed head of the Elders Guild couldn't be as efficient and fast as Little Dark Shadow. Although there were some sacred artifacts that were damaged, most of them were intact. Little Dark Shadow picked up 30% of the treasures that were lost in the myriad treasures' hidden realm. You little brat, don't do it again. Lin Chen lectured Little Dark Shadow seriously and scolded him as he rewarded him with 3 second-grade sacred pills. The little brat was very intelligent and nodded thoughtfully. Next time I'll do it harder, coo-coo, Lin Chen counted. There were 189 fifth-grade sacred treasures, 110 sixth-grade sacred treasures, 12 seventh-grade sacred treasures, 24 sixth-grade sacred ores, and 9 seventh-grade sacred ores. There were also 10 sacred artifacts of immeasurable value, such as the 9-colored exquisite body heart that was said to have the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and the parameter sacred lotus that was tainted with the aura of life and death. These were sacred artifacts that even a 6th-grade sacred realm would go crazy for. Lin Chen couldn't estimate their value for the time being. Once something was in his hands, there was no possibility of returning it. I owe the Elders Guild a favor. Whether I can return it or not, I'll think about it later. Without reaching the acupoint expansion realm, I don't have much strength to resist against many powerful sages. I can only rely on the war god braces to change the current situation. Although the Pill Region's Elders Guild treated Lin Chen well, if he had the chance, he couldn't wait to empty the entire myriad treasures hidden realm. Right now, Lin Chen had Clear Sky Sage King in front of him, Yin Son of Heaven behind him, and the Divine Flame Palace in front of him. There was never enough time to increase his strength. Now wasn't the time to be a good person. Lin Chen activated his Saint Meridian and placed the 2 mid-grade odd crystals, 1 fire and 1 dark, into his Saint Meridian. The 6 clones assisted the main body to quickly refine them. Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Tao Possession System version 7.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, mid-3rd Heaven Saint Realm, 24 Saint points, high-grade essence, 2826. 6 billion points maximum strength, 8 billion dragon power, flesh shell awakening plus 100%, high HP, 23,545 billion advanced spirit, 15. 1 billion points, grand mastery saint rudiment stage, advanced cultivation technique soul essence, 95. 09 million points advanced rune energy, 94. 95 million points intermediate heaven's path, 39. 22 million points. Intermediate talent points, 78. 2 million points, set essence, 1. 95 million points blank attribute, 0. Strengthening points, 18. 965 billion, odd crystals refined, 37 pieces. Advanced elemental energy, fire 34. 1 million points, earth 24. 15 million points, wood 23. 99 million points, metal 24. 33 million points, water 24. 41 million points, thunder 24. 35 million points, wind 24. 31 million points, light 23. 46 million points, dark 23. 52 million points. Set column, Golden War God Set, part, Ultimate Right Vambrace Ultimate Left Greave, Blueprint, Ultimate Right Greave. Bloodline Status Column, Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column, Active Talent Column, Passive Talent Column, Surekill Skill Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Talent Combination Technique. Lin Chen consumed all the set essences and the War God Vambrace was temporarily restored to 1.6%. System, I want to cultivate 9 Wings of the Demon and 8 Extreme Profound Sacred Seal. Consumed 92 million Advanced Cultivation Technique Soul Essences. Beginning to fuse 8 Extreme Profound Sacred Seal and 9 Wings of the Demon Cultivation Memories. 8 Extreme Profound Sacred Seal, an orange-grade low-grade alchemy handprint. It was Lin Chen's prize for winning the Heaven's Choice Convention. After cultivating this seal and strengthening it, Lin Chen's alchemy skills would undergo a qualitative transformation. In the next 10 days, other than refining the odd crystals and fusing the cultivation memories, Lin Chen fell into a frenzied state of alchemy. Little Shadow's appetite grew bigger and bigger, and the number of divine pills he needed increased. With Lin Chen's alchemy speed, he could refine about 5 to 8 divine pills a day. After cultivating the 8 Extreme Profound Sacred Seal, if he had enough materials, the efficiency could be raised to 13 to 18 divine pills a day, and after Lin Chen's alchemy experience and outline of Pill Saint Pluto was gradually engraved in his mind, he became more adept at refining divine pills that could boost his strength temporarily. There was the third-grade divine pill, barbarian dragon bloodburst pill. It was also effective for expanded aperture saints. The user could temporarily increase their pure strength by a large amount, but it would consume a large amount of blood energy and cause them to fall into a weakened state afterwards. There was also the fourth-grade divine pill, thousand illusion god shadow pill. It could increase the speed of the sacred power by more than 50%, but the side effect would cause the sacred power in the sacred acupoints to dry up, and it would take 1,000 years to recover. For all the side effects of temporary divine pills, Lin Chen only needed to not let his main body consume them and use the power of his clones to maximize their effect. This was undoubtedly a new trump card for Lin Chen. After half a month of seclusion, Lin Chen had consumed more than half of the resources on hand and converted them all into combat strength. However, he had not used the many sacred items he obtained in the myriad treasures hidden realm. Lin Chen had already calculated the best way to use them. When Lin Chen came out of seclusion, he went straight to the Elder Guild's Song Elian. In the hall, Song Elian and the green-robed powerhouse were gathered, while Lin Chen, Fairy Scarlet, the Little Demon Empress, Han Yizhi, and the others were sitting in the hall. "You want to find a blacksmith?" Song Elian couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard Lin Chen's request. Lin Chen nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I want to find the best blacksmith in the sacred boundary." The elders glanced at each other and fell silent. It was extremely difficult to find a top-notch blacksmith. In some ways, it was even more difficult than alchemy powerhouses like them. The Pill region was a unified organization for alchemists, so it was not too difficult to find a top-notch alchemist. However, there was no publicly recognized powerful organization for blacksmiths. The reason was very simple. Millions of years ago, there was a blacksmith who defied the heavens and changed his fate. He attempted to forge a divine artifact and incurred the wrath of certain forces. In a fit of anger, the blacksmith guild was completely destroyed. That purge caused the history of blacksmithing in the sacred boundary to regress. Civilization was lost, and many ancient books and blacksmithing techniques were destroyed. After that, there was no publicly recognized organization for blacksmiths. No one dared to form one easily. Naturally, it became a problem for the sacred boundary. Lin Chen wanted to forge a supreme sacred artifact. Although he was also a blacksmith, his true blacksmithing technique was only at the beginning of the 8th level. Even if he worked hard and combined it with the power of his doppelganger, he could only approach the middle of the 8th level in a short period of time. It was far from meeting his requirements. Unless he could find a top-notch blacksmith's inheritance. However, this kind of inheritance was much more difficult than the alchemist's alchemy handprint. In the past, when Lin Chen's opponents were early-stage saints, he still had the advantage in terms of weapons because of the strengthening function. Now that he was on the monstrous genius list, the opponents he faced were more terrifying than the last. Ordinary sacred artifacts could no longer meet his requirements. They could even become his fatal weakness. Chapter 1310. In the battle with the Clear Sky Saint King and the 4 Great Demon Kings, Lin Chen gained the most attribute point. He wanted to use all these points on saint artifacts. Therefore, a top-grade saint artifact was a must. Lin Chen did not dare to use the fusion function easily. Although the resources he had were abundant, if he used the fusion function, he could only fuse 2 high-grade saint artifacts at most. Moreover, it was completely random. Lin Chen could not use such a crucial resource to gamble on luck. The cyan-clothed giant asked seriously, "Little guy, what grade are you looking for?" Lin Chen thought for a while, then said, "At least a 6th grade saint artifact forging master." Everyone was moved. 6th grade, this grade of artifact forging master was much harder to find than saint-level alchemists of the same grade. For now, I can only recommend you to find a 7th grade force. Maybe you can find a 7th grade forces artifact forging master, but the price of a forces artifact forging master is usually very high. Even we don't dare to say that we can definitely invite them. Song Elian frowned, but the cyan-clothed giant beside her suddenly spoke. There is an old guy who should meet your requirements. However, it depends on whether you can move him or not." Everyone looked at the cyan-clothed giant. He stroked his beard and smiled. Miracle Realm, Six-Fingered Shenyuan Elder. Once the name was out, the faces of the elders were very interesting. The little demon empress clicked her tongue in wonder. Six-Fingered Shenyuan? Is he still alive? He's not dead. It's just that after his wife passed away, he stopped forging. It's said that he's still living a drunken life in the wondrous domain. Even some of his old friends couldn't stand it anymore and cut ties with him. The cyan-clothed giant sighed, then said, if you can untie the knot in his heart, you might be able to move him to forge for you. Lin Chen hesitated. The Miracle Realm is so big, where can I find him? No problem, he is in the Miracle Realm's Jade Cloud City. You should be able to find him there. The cyan-clothed giant smiled. Hearing the 3 words Jade Cloud City, the little demon empress face slightly changed. If that is the case, then there is no other choice. Let's go to Jade Cloud City. Lin Chen stood up. Song Ilian's expression changed slightly. You're leaving so soon? Lin Chen was puzzled. What else? Are you going to stay here for the new year? How could he let him run away? He had yet to study the pill refinement with his eyes, so how could he let him go so easily? Yi Lian, be quiet. If he wants to leave, can you stop him? The green-robed powerhouse said helplessly. Song Ilian's face was full of reluctance as she actually begged, please don't leave. I'll concoct pills to support you. Just 10 years, just stay in the Council of Elders for 10 years, and I'll discuss concocting pills with you. The elders' mouths twitched in disbelief. This was the first time they had seen Song Ilian speak so humbly. In the past, when they discussed alchemy, it was always them who consulted her. A certain Lin blushed with shame. 10 years sounded like 10 days. Senior Song, I appreciate your good intentions. No, I don't care, you must stay in the Council of Elders. Your pill refining skills are so amazing, so you should use them to your advantage. If you dare to run, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Outside the Council of Elders main hall, Lin Chen walked out with his mouth twitching. He was having a headache. He finally saw what a pill refining madman was. This Song Ilian almost stripped him naked. Only when he wrote down the outline of his pill refining with his eyes did she let him go and used 2 valuable 6th-grade pill recipes to exchange with him. However, Lin Chen was not worried that Song Ilian would learn his unique pill refining skills. Even if she learned it, she would not be able to use her own pill refining skills. This was a heaven-defying feat that only Lin Chen with spiritual awakening could accomplish. Lin Chen cupped his fists and said with a smile, it's been a pleasure coming to the Council of Elders. Elders, we will meet again. All the elders cupped their fists and smiled at Lin Chen. They sighed in their hearts. As expected of a young man with great ambition. This child's mind was not completely focused on alchemy. Perhaps his future achievements would reach an unprecedented height. Little guy, take the things you have as an early investment from my Council of Elders. Don't let this old man down, hey. The cyan-robed powerhouse secretly sent a sound transmission to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. As expected, this cyan-robed powerhouse had guessed something. He was an old monster who had lived for countless eras after all. With his experience, he naturally would not ask to look through Lin Chen's destiny plant pouch on the spot. The actions of an expert were unfathomable. Senior, don't worry. If this kid doesn't die, it will definitely be worth it. Lin Chen and the cyan-robed powerhouse looked at each other and smiled. After Jian Qingcheng came to say goodbye, Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, the little demon empress, and Fairy Crimson left together. When they appeared in Sky-bearing City again, the eyes of many experts looking at Lin Chen were filled with respect and admiration. In a way, Lin Chen had reached the level of some hidden old monsters. In everyone's eyes, he was no longer just a monster on the monster genius ranking. He had the foundation of a 6th-grade saint-grade alchemist and could rival a high-level devil king. His height was even seen as the sect master of some 6th-grade forces. A young genius on the monster genius ranking flew over and greeted Lin Chen's group. He cupped his fists respectfully. Senior Lin Chen, this junior has a question about love and would like Senior to point it out. Lin Chen felt awkward when he heard this. He waved his hand casually and said with a smile, Don't call me senior, I'm not even as old as you. Just call me handsome. This. Handsome Lin Chen. Why does Long Yijing continue to pester Lin Chen even though he knows that he is hated by the little demon empress? Anyone with eyes can see that he will not be able to win the beauty's heart. Why does he keep making things difficult for senior Lin Chen? Handsome Lin Chen, what about you? After he finished speaking, the monster glanced at the little demon empress. Many people were puzzled by this question. Many geniuses on the monster genius ranking looked over from all directions of Sky-bearing City. Yes, why? The little demon empress smiled charmingly and patted Lin Chen's shoulder curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen coughed softly and said in all seriousness, "You are all too young. No matter male or female, when a person likes the other person enough, they will lie to themselves and always have a trace of self-directed hope in their heart. This kind of person, this handsome guy calls, the highest level of bootlicker." For a time, the geniuses on the monster genius ranking were silent. 4 days later, strange realm. I'm finally back. Lin Chen stood in the air, opened his arms, and shouted loudly. He was in an extremely good mood. After he came to the sacred boundary, he started from strange realm and killed his way to the other regions, stirring up the sacred boundary. When he returned, things were the same but people were different. With his current foundation, he could destroy the saints and the sects behind them who tried to covet him at the four-way conference with a wave of his hand. I wonder how Jun Hao and Ying Liang are doing. I wonder if Sister Yuechi's bloodline has awakened. Memories and passion appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 13:11. In the end, he still left without even saying goodbye. Zi Yunqing's slender figure appeared in the sky above Sky-bearing Island. She stared in the direction Lin Chen had left, her jade hand holding the blood token hesitantly and confusedly. Yunqing, why haven't you returned yet? Why haven't you returned yet? This emperor is very worried. Did a great battle happen in the pill domain? If necessary, immediately use the great seal that this emperor left you to save your life. Do you hear me? Zi Yunqing's voice came from the blood token. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she held the blood token and sent a message. Sorry, Imperial Father, but this Yunqing can no longer listen to your orders. Zi Yunqing closed the blood-colored token. For the first time, an enchanting smile appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She let out a light snort, as if she was a little girl. Lin Chen, I won't let you run away so easily. Zi Yunqing waved her hand and tore open space, disappearing into the void. Looking at his goddess's appearance from afar, Long Yishuan clenched his teeth in envy and hatred. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, the next time this young master picks up girls, don't let me meet you. Otherwise, this young master will take a detour. Mother *K, if you go east, this young master will go west. If you come again, this young master will die for you. Ice Heart Palace, Main Hall. Many elders and core disciples were gathered. The Su sisters were also present. At this moment, the faces of the Ice Heart Palace's women were gloomy. The Ice Heart Palace master clenched her teeth and coldly scolded. Your Snow Dragon Palace is too unreasonable. Snatching people halfway and doing whatever you want, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? In the main hall, 4 old men and a handsome young man stood opposite the Ice Heart Palace's people, their smiles hiding daggers. Palace Master, you should know that behind our Snow Dragon Palace is young Master Xiong Wentian. Young Master said today that he wants your Ice Heart Palace's women by name. It is your honor. The Palace Master's 5 fingers flowed with cold chi. Her face was as cold as ice, but she didn't dare to attack. This Xiong Wentian had a formidable background, being born in the 6th grade, a genius on the monster genius ranking. His identity was incredibly honorable. In the 36 domains of the sacred boundary, there were countless 2nd grade and 3rd grade sects. There were tens of thousands of 2nd grade and 3rd grade sects in each of the 36 domains. There were also quite a few rank 4 sects. Only a 5th rank sect would have such standards. Who were the people on the monster genius list? There were so many geniuses and freaks in the entire sacred boundary, but there were only 10,000 people on the monster genius list. These 10,000 people were the peak of the sacred boundary. Every single one of them was a colossal existence to a fourth-rank sect. Their lives and deaths could be decided with a single thought. If they provoked them, their sects would be destroyed in an instant. It was because of Xiong Wantian's support that the Snow Dragon Palace, a fifth-rank sect, dared to act so recklessly and forcefully seal Lung Yueqi in the Ice Secret Realm. Aren't you afraid of Prince Lin Chen? Young Lady Lung Yueqi is his woman. If you kidnap her without permission, you might invite a fatal disaster. The two old men scolded. They were the followers of the sages sent by different forces to protect the forces related to Lin Chen. The monster genius list wasn't like the genius list. Not everyone could see it. Only those who had achieved a certain level of achievement in the sacred boundary could obtain the right to see the monster genius list. Lin Chen, the guy who was chased until he pissed his pants at the four-way meeting? Is he worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as young Master Xiong Wentian? Ha ha ha, if he dares to come, he'll die. The handsome young man in white sneered loudly. He slammed the table and put away the pretentious kindness on his face. With a sinister smile, he said, Young Master Wentian has already said that it doesn't matter if you accept the betrothal gift or not. He's determined to get her. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and wag your tails like a dog, you might be able to get some benefits. Otherwise, today will be the day of the Ice Heart Palace's destruction. Boom. The four old men beside the young man in white released their auras. Their saint points shone brightly like stars. They were all aperture-expanding realm cultivators with 33 saint point. The Ice Heart Palace Master's face turned pale. 4 aperture-expanding realm cultivators were enough to destroy any 4th-grade sec. Not to mention Ice Heart Palace, which was only a 3rd-grade sec. The 2 guest elders sent from other regions were only aperture-expanding realm cultivators with 31 saint points. The gap between them and the 4 old men was huge. How about it, Palace Master? Young Master Xiong Wentian said that we don't mind serving him together as master and disciple. The corner of the handsome young man's mouth rose, revealing a lewd smile. The Palace Master trembled with anger. Ice Heart Palace can be killed, but not humiliated. Elders, prepare to fight to the death. With the Palace Master's order, the disciples and elders of Ice Heart Palace showed expressions of facing death calmly. Their battle chi surged, and the light from their saint points filled the space. We gave you face, but you don't want it. The handsome young man gave the elders a look. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Hey, we're finally back. Palace Master, where's elder sister Yu Qi? Everyone is here, why don't I see her? At this time, the space cracked, and a group of figures directly ignored Ice Heart Palace's spatial barrier and tore through space to appear. Everyone was stunned. The young man was wearing a silver robe, and 3 stunning beauties were clustered in the middle. He was like the stars supporting the moon, handsome and extraordinary. The Ice Heart Palace Master was stunned. They were too similar. This young man was exactly the same as the one she met when she fell in love. It should be said that he was even better. Lin Chen? Su Lan and her sister in the hall exclaimed. Lin Chen's appearance had changed too much. This change mostly came from the transformation of his temperament and life force. He was completely different from the Battle Emperor realm. Su Lan seemed to have thought of something and said with a sobbing tone. Lin Chen, teacher Yu Qi has been kidnapped by them. They came today to force betrothal gifts, and if we don't accept them, they plan to kill us all. Su Lan's words caused Lin Chen's smile to immediately freeze. Boom tilde. The spatial barrier outside Ice Heart Palace was mysteriously shattered. 3rd level sage realm? Such a young sage, interesting. Could you be a young man at the top of the genius ranking? The 4 acupoint expansion realm cultivators spoke with a tone that sounded like they were talking about the world. They didn't put Lin Chen in their eyes at all. They had been in seclusion for many years and only came out recently, so they didn't know much about the outside world. That handsome young man still held his head high and said, You are Lin Chen? If you know what's good for you, scram to the side. Young Master Xiong Wentian is all ready. Boom tilde. Bang tilde. The handsome young man's head instantly exploded, turning into a bloody miss. The 4 acupoint expansion realm cultivators' expressions finally change. There's something wrong with this child, out, boom tilde. A ray of dark light flashed, and a pair of black wings flapped. 2 Lin Chen appeared behind the 4 of them like ghosts, their palms patting on the shoulders of the 4 acupoint expansion realm cultivators. His 5 fingers were burning with holy power, and 39 sparkling and translucent odd crystals flickered, causing the scalps of the 4 acupoint expansion realm cultivators to go numb. What kind of joke was this? They couldn't see through the actions of a 3rd-level sage realm cultivator? And that ridiculous number of odd crystals, the number of odd crystals alone was more than the number of holy points they had opened. Was this kid even human? Lin Chen asked indifferently, "Who is your master?" An elder said with difficulty, ranked 8120 on the monster ranking, Xiong Wentian, Puchi tilde, crack tilde. The heads of the 4 acupoint expansion realm sages were smashed at the same time. They didn't even have time to react or self-destruct. The Ice Heart Palace elders and Palace Master were stunned. How long had it been? Just how strong had this kid become? Chapter 13:12. It was extremely difficult for a Saint Realm cultivator to challenge someone of a higher realm, let alone someone of a higher realm. The only people who could challenge someone of a higher realm than them were those on the Demon Genius list. But even someone on the Demon Genius list couldn't instantly kill 4 people of a higher realm than them. They knew that Lin Chen had become a Saint Realm cultivator, but this was too ridiculous. Just how strong had this little fellow become now? Previously, when Lin Chen challenged someone of a higher realm than him, he faced Mo Qing-shu of the Demon Genius list. There was a huge difference between challenging an opening realm monster and challenging an ordinary opening realm cultivator. There weren't many ordinary opening realm cultivators who could last more than a few rounds against him, not to mention Lin Chen, who had cultivated the 9 wings of the demonic. Palace Master, long time no see. Lin Chen looked at Iceheart Palace's Palace Master and smiled. Although I want to catch up with everyone, Sister Yuechi is more important. Please lead the way. Palace Master Feng Yun's face trembled. Lin Chen, the opponent is on the Demon Genius list. Lin Chen smiled coldly. When I kill people, I don't ask what force they are from. I only ask for their location and name. They are from Snow Dragon Palace, a 5th-grade force of Wonder Territory, Iceheart Palace, 3 million miles southwest of the Sunset Mountain Range. Su Gang answered first. She knew Lang Yuechi's position in Lin Chen's heart. Very good. Lin Chen glanced at Fairy Scarlet. I'll have to trouble you to open up a space. You're going to cause trouble again tilde, but I like it. Fairy Scarlet chuckled and waved her hand, forming a space tunnel. The little demon empress' beautiful face was filled with excitement. Is he going to cause trouble? Great. So exciting, I like it. What should we do this time? When they saw the little demon empress, everyone was even more surprised. As a woman, they knew how to judge and appreciate other women's beauty. The little demon empress' temperament, appearance, and figure completely surpassed the beauty of ordinary women. Even women like them couldn't help but be moved. In the entire Iceheart Palace, perhaps only Lung Yuechi could compare to her. For Lin Chen to have such a person follow him, one could see how outstanding he was. Lin Chen sneered, I've just returned to the mystic realm, so I'm not in a good mood. I'll go exterminate a sect first. When he stepped into the spatial passage, he turned around and said, Palace Master, you should hurry over as well. We'll need you when the time comes. This. Young friend, with your current strength, there's not much we can do to help you. The 3 elders smiled bitterly. However, Lin Chen said, how can there not be many? The territories of 5th-rank forces are large and powerful. It would be easier to take over their territories if I brought you there. The elders of Iceheart Palace felt their scalps tingle, and the Palace Master's red lips were slightly agape. His scalp went numb, and it was hard to describe the shock in his heart. This sounded like he was really going to destroy a 5th-rank sect. A 5th-grade sect that had existed for more than 100 eras. Experts were as common as clouds, and they even had a few 5th Heaven true saints. Not to mention the number of Cavern Expansion Realm experts, they wanted to destroy a 5th-grade sect with just this group of people. Lin Chen was getting impatient. Without receiving any response, He reached out and pulled the Iceheart Palaces group into the spatial passage as well. In the Sunset Mountain Range, the headquarters of a colossal force was rooted here. Snow Dragon Hall. It was a 5th grade sect, and their sect master was a 5th Heaven True Saint expert. Today, the Snow Dragon Hall was decorated with colorful decorations, singing and dancing. In the main hall of the Dragon Hall, the sect master of Snow Dragon Hall, Jifeng, looked as handsome as ever. He looked like he was in his 30s, and he was flushed with success. He stood up and cupped his fists in front of the experts of various forces. When all the saints were gathered in the hall, he stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. Thank you for giving us face. Our Snow Dragon Hall is fortunate enough to receive young Master Wantian's help. To be able to hold a wedding for him is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. As they chatted and laughed, Jifeng could not help but raise the pitch of his voice. This wedding banquet was completely giving face to the Snow Dragon Hall. The purpose was to inform the various forces of the mystic realm that the Snow Dragon Hall had a member of the Monstrous Geniuses list and a 6th grade force, and announce the status of the various forces. Although the difference between a 5th grade sect and a 6th grade sect was only 1 grade, a 6th grade sect could easily destroy a 5th grade sect if they sent out a few expert. The difference in foundation was incomparable. Haha, congratulations Palace Master, congratulations Palace Master. Hall Master's fortune is really enviable. Everyone toasted in advance, and smiles filled their faces. Although they were smiling on the surface, they were cursing in their hearts. Various good friends were smiling on the surface, and they didn't forget to greet the Hall Master. Jifeng's face was radiant, and he was in high spirits. He had already thought of the moment when he would bring the Snow Dragon Hall to the peak. At this time, a sword light flew through the air, and a cold man in a bright red robe with a dignified appearance descended with a sword on his back, entering the Snow Dragon Hall. His hands were behind his back, and his sword chi was shining. There was an insufferably arrogant aura between his brows, as if he was born this way, as if it was natural. The red-robed man had 40 saint points on his body, and when he slightly released his saint power, it was like a mountain and sea prison. His aura was so strong that some low-level saints didn't dare to breathe, and even expanded aperture cultivators would feel an extremely strong pressure from this person. Monstrous Geniuses list. To be able to release such terrifying saint power at 40 saint points, he was definitely on the Monstrous Geniuses list. Sect Master G, you've brought the person, right? Remember my condition, I want to invite the person here without any injuries or blemishes. The red-robed man's indifferent tone was as if he was giving an order. Jifeng bowed like an old man, rubbing his hands and smiling apologetically. I've brought him. He's in the back of the hall helping the bride dress. Young Master Xiong, please take a seat first, and don't be impatient. En. He casually looked around, and threw out a sentence as if he was giving alms. Thank you for coming. Seeing that the genius on the Monstrous Geniuses list had spoken, many saints were shocked and happy, and quickly smiled apologetically. The aura of a genius on the Monstrous Geniuses list was too terrifying. The aura of someone with 40 saint points wasn't any weaker than a 5th Heaven True Saint. Ranked 8120 on the Monstrous Geniuses list, Xiong Wentian, the emotionless sword saint, had expanded his acupoints by at least 17 times, and the highest by 20 times. He had expanded his acupoints 10 times, and his cultivation was at the great circle of the expanded aperture realm. He was a true monstrous genius. At the expanded aperture realm, he already possessed the strength of a mid-5th Heaven True Saint. His strength was so terrifying that it caused the hearts of all the saints present to tremble. To be able to witness the might of a genius on the Monstrous Geniuses list, this trip was worth it. In terms of combat strength, Xiong Wentian's cultivation was slightly weaker than Feng Tianxue from the Divine Flame Palace, but his ranking was higher by a few hundred places. That was because the disciples of the Divine Flame Palace didn't go out to compete for the rankings. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be able to enter the top 8,000. At this moment, 10 beautiful maidservants helped a beautiful and exquisite figure into the hall. The beauty was wearing a flowing immortal scarlet moon dress. Her black hair was light and agile, and her slender waist was tied with a jade belt. Even though she did not reveal her true appearance, she still stunned the saints. At this time, her cultivation was completely sealed, and even her limbs were tied up. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. When Xiong Wentian saw the beauty, a trace of fire flashed through his eyes. The first time his emotionless sword Dao was broken was when he saw the portrait of this beautiful woman. She was like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world, pure and flawless. Today, he had finally gotten her as he wished. Chapter 13:13. You. Xiong Wentian looked at Ji Feng. Did you do anything to her? Replying to Lord Wentian, no. Everything was done according to your instructions. We invited this young lady from the secret realm and didn't use any force. We only sealed her cultivation temporarily. Very good. Xiong Wentian had an infatuated expression. I like pure and flawless women. You people will only taint my woman with the aura of mortals. He had already regarded Lung Yueqi as his woman. Sect Master, everything is ready. Two beautiful maids walked over and bowed. They glanced at Xiong Wentian from the corner of their eyes. To be able to obtain the favor of the monstrous genius list, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had become a phoenix. Please enter the hall. On this joyous day, kowtow to heaven and earth. Ji Feng laughed. Xiong Wentian walked into the hall with his sword and stood beside the beautiful lady. At this moment, the two beautiful maids were holding the hands of Lung Yueqi, who was wearing a red veil, and sealing her meridians. She could not move at all and could not even make a sound. Her trembling shoulders showed the anger in her heart. Everyone, let us rise together and bless Xiong Wentian with a virtuous wife. Ji Feng beamed and waved his hand. Everyone in the hall stood up and toasted. Ji Feng said loudly, first, kowtow to heaven and earth, kowtow to your mother. A cold shout and a huge explosion sounded at the same time. With a boom, the entire Snow Dragon Hall trembled. The spatial enchantment was shaken into nothingness like paper. It happened so suddenly that all the saints did not expect it. The Snow Dragon Hall shook a few times. Ji Feng was stunned at first, then angry. Who dares to barge into my Snow Dragon? Bang! A blade slashed over. In an instant, moonlight illuminated the entire world. The moonlight slash directly split the Snow Dragon Hall into two halves. The blade slashed straight at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's palm spun, and his 5 fingers clenched, crushing the vast blade slash. It was at this moment when Ji Feng was distracted that a crimson brilliance flashed beside Xiong Wentian. His eyes narrowed, and he struck out with a palm that could shatter the void. Kai! Bang! With a wave of his sleeves, the boundless force behind the palm strike was dispersed. Xiong Wentian was shocked. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the 5th level of the Saint Realm would not be able to block his attack so easily. The crimson shadow flashed, and with extreme speed, the beautiful woman in the moondress was taken away. Xiong Wentian's killing intent instantly exploded, and he drew his sword. Clang! The sword chi surged wildly, rising steadily like the red refined star brilliance. The sword pierced through, causing the space to explode with a sky-splitting sound. A single sword strike shattered 3,000 miles. The crimson phantom was torn apart. It was just an afterimage. Greater spatial transference. Xiong Wentian was shocked. It happened so suddenly that the guests instinctively retreated to the side. The huge hall that had been split into two collapsed on both sides with a loud rumble, stirring up fierce wind. A group of people appeared in the sky. The silver-robed youth led the group. His expression was so cold that it was somewhat gloomy. His eyes flashed with crazed killing intent. A bunch of 3rd and 4th heaven true saints want to cause trouble in my Snow Dragon Hall? Brat, who gave you the courage? Ji Feng was so angry that he started laughing. When he saw the people from the Ice Heart Palace, he sneered, is there anyone else from the Ice Heart Palace? So it's you guys. You don't know what's good for you, and you came here to find bang, boom, boom. Before Ji Feng could finish his words, 7 streaks of light smashed into the huge hall. When the guests took a closer look, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Sect Master Ji Feng's eyes narrowed. The 7 streaks of light were 7 heads. They were all the heads of the Schwer-expelling realm elders of the Snow Dragon Palace who were in charge of the outer palace. All of them had been slaughtered. 7 4th-level saints. To a 5th-rank sect, it was a heavy blow. How dare you? Brat, you're courting death. Ji Feng was enraged, and the 46 saint acupoints in his body were like the eye of a hurricane. Raging snowstorms erupted, and the entire Sunset Mountain range was covered in snow. Old dog, you're next. And you, Xiong Wentian, right? Lin Chen raised his spear and pointed it at Wentian. The 6 clones beside him were like protectors, standing on his left and right. His aura was so majestic that it was as though he was standing in the middle of the heavens and earth. The sharpness in his eyes was so strong that even Shen-expelling realm cultivators would feel a strong sense of pressure. Unrelated people, scram. If you stay for even a second longer, you'll have to bear the consequences. After today, Snow Dragon Hall and Xiong Wentian will no longer exist in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen suddenly shouted coldly as he flung his palm towards the sky. A jade-like colored glaze token bloomed with a dazzling light. The 3 words emitted a rolling pressure that suppressed everything and caused people's hearts to palpitate. Demon Genius Liss. These 3 ancient and boundless characters suppressed the entire area, like an immovable giant that could stop the 3,000 saint. Everyone's mouths twitched. Another demon genius. Heavens, they actually saw 2 demon geniuses on the same day. There were only 10,000 demon geniuses in the world, and to them, every demon genius was a top figure. Today, they were lucky enough to see a demon genius battle. How can I let you take all the limelight? I'll come too. The little demon empress was playful. She raised her palm, and her demon genius token also appeared in the air. Boom. The 2 ancient emerald tokens glowed with the brilliance of colored glaze as they soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens for thousands of miles. Han Yizhi was a little excited, and also released her demon genius token. 3, provoking the Ice Heart Palace and 3 demon geniuses. What kind of background does this Ice Heart Palace have? Heavens, what's wrong with the mystic realm today? Why are demon geniuses appearing one after another? The hearts of the saints and guests trembled. The 3 demon genius tokens were like divine suns that never set, illuminating the entire Sunset Mountain range. Ji Feng finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It was impossible for a normal force to have 3 demon geniuses. Even a rank 6 sect would find it extremely difficult to nurture 2 demon geniuses at the same time. Ji Feng swallowed with difficulty. May I ask your name? Has my Snow Dragon Hall offended you in any way? Why don't we sit down and discuss? Lin Chen smiled coldly. Yes, we should indeed talk about the things you need to pay attention to when Ice Heart Palace takes over your territory after Snow Dragon Hall is destroyed. However, I only want to kill now, I don't want to talk. Kaboom! After saying that, the 6 clones flew out, and the 9 heavenly demon wings were as fast as light. 8 mind-burning dragons shot into the sky, and a mind dragon roar appeared out of nowhere, causing all living things to tremble. It burned the mind energy of all living things in Snow Dragon Hall. A flying knife flashed in the air, and 6 giant flaming palms descended from the sky, suppressing everything. In just one exchange, Lin Chen's orange rank ultimate arts all exploded, and all of them were enhanced by instant light split shadows. The saints who came to attend the celebration felt their scalps tingle. How could there be such a terrifying 3rd-level saint in this world? They immediately regretted not running away just now. Even Ji Feng, who was at the late stage of the 5th level, was caught off guard. 10,000 miles of autumn wind and snow. 19 whirlwind holes appeared in the void, as if they contained billions of ice and snowstorms. Tens of thousands of feet-long ice dragons rushed out from the holes, shattering Lin Chen's attack. Clang! A blood-red sword slashed through the air, shattering Lin Chen's 5/6th level burning sky palms. The flames in the sky scattered, and the Sunset Mountain range was set ablaze. It was Xiong Wentian. He had personally made a move. In the end, you're only at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. You want to destroy my Snow Dragon Hall? Dream on. Ji Feng sneered. Seeing Xiong Wentian make a move, he immediately felt confident. He suddenly shook, and the ice dragons rushed out of the hurricane holes toward Lin Chen again. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up into a murderous smile. Don't worry, Snow Dragon Hall won't be the only one that will be destroyed. On the road to hell, you'll have another idiot as your companion. Chapter 13-14. As the ice dragons attacked, Lin Chen quickly brandished the Dark Phoenix spear. The spear was like a dancing dragon, shattering all the ice dragons. The little demon empress pointed her finger, and a wisp of blue holy light flashed, tearing apart the eye of a hurricane. Han Yizhi clenched her 10 fingers, and her spiritual power came crashing down like a holy might, shattering the ice storm that was suddenly attacking her. The entire Sunset Mountain range was shattered into pieces. The spatial barrier was not enough to block this attack. Seeing that their attacks were blocked, the guests quickly escaped into the void. In a battle of this level, if they were caught in it at close range, they would definitely die. Don't think that you killed 7 elders of my Snow Dragon Hall. Do you really think that there is no one in my Dragon Hall? Elders of the Disciplinary Hall, follow me. Elders below the Expansion Realm, protect my Dragon Hall's territory. Ji Feng was really angry. After this wave of attacks, he had already understood Lin Chen's background. Although his battle strength was ridiculous, he had not yet reached the Expansion Realm, so he could not threaten the foundation of Snow Dragon Hall. Moreover, they had someone from the monstrous genius ranking here. A 5th rank sect was not something that could be destroyed so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 figures flew out from Snow Dragon Hall. 8 of them were at the Expansion Realm, and 2 were at the Transformation Realm. A mere junior dares to behave atrociously here. Is he looking for death? Elders, teach this kid a lesson. Don't give him a chance to escape. Including Ji Feng, there were 3 5th level saints, and the 7 Expansion Realm experts from the branch hall that were killed. There were 15 4th level saints. The foundation of a 5th rank sect was indeed different from that of a 4th rank sect. Looking at the number of saints in a 4th rank sect, there were only about 10 of them. Moreover, having an Expansion Realm expert was already considered a top 4th rank sect. At this time, she's been rescued. Space fluctuated, and Fairy Crimson's figure flashed, bringing Lung Yuechi out unscathed. She undid the seal and lifted the red veil, and the two met again. Lin Chen. Sister Yuechi. Lin Chen hugged the beautiful woman's slender waist. Lung Yuechi's cold and beautiful face was dyed with a faint blush, and her heart calmed down. As long as he was here, even if the sky fell, she would not be afraid. TSK TSK TSK, no wonder our handsome Lin Chen is so captivated by her. The little demon empress clicked her tongue in amazement. She very rarely admired the bearing and appearance of women her age. As one of the 10 great beauties on the genius rankings, her charm was publicly acknowledged throughout the saints' world. Looking at the billions of women in the sacred realm, there were very few who could compare to the little demon empress. But the beauty in front of him was untainted by the mortal world, like a fairy from the moon palace. Her supreme beauty and coldness contained the peerless beauty and enchanting charm of a celestial fairy. She was in no way inferior to him. The only ones who could compare to her, the little demon empress, were the other top 10 beauties of the monstrous genius ranking. Other than them, there was only the goddess of the divine flame palace, Bai Ruoyon, and the woman in front of her. The latter two were related to Lin Chen, and if this news were to spread, who knew how many young monstrous geniuses would be envious? Sister Yuechi, wait at the side. Lin Chen let go of Lung Yuechi. Lung Yuechi nodded gently, and her usually cold and beautiful face was full of tenderness. She said softly, "Be careful, your safety is the most important." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, things are different now. Yizhi, I'll have to trouble you to protect Sister Yuechi." Yes. Han Yizhi smiled brightly and stood beside Lung Yuechi. "With me here, I won't let anyone touch a strand of teacher's hair. Are you all right, Yuechi? They didn't do anything to you, right?" The elders of Ice Heart Palace immediately protected Yuechi. She was the lifeline and future of Ice Heart Palace. Lung Yuechi shook her head. "I'm fine, they won't dare to do anything to me. It's just that my cultivation was sealed. Fortunately, this sister helped me unseal it." When Lin Chen turned around, he faced the numerous experts of Snow Dragon Hall. His indifferent expression revealed a cold murderous intent. "Hand over this young master's woman." My, Xiong Wantian's, Woman is not someone you can touch as you wish. You are also on the monstrous genius list. Even if this young master can't kill you, he has 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Xiong Wentian flicked his sleeves and stood with his sword in hand. His expression was calm and relaxed, and he didn't put Lin Chen in his eyes at all. He had expanded his acupoints 10 times, and there was a difference between heaven and earth between him and a third-level saint on the monstrous genius list. Interesting, I originally wanted to torture you a little. But now, it seems that you are in a hurry to die. Lin Chen smiled coldly. The little demon empress and Fairy Crimson stood out at the same time. Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly. Leave the 3 condensation realm to me. Prince Lin Chen, don't worry about it. The little demon empress face was full of excitement. Those expansion realm cultivators, this young miss will take care of them. Lin Chen sent a sound transmission. My doppelgangers will cover you. The 2 elders of Purple Cloud King Valley have instructed me to take good care of you. I don't dare to let anything happen to you. The little demon empress said, TCH, this young miss needs your protection. Little brother Lin Chen, who are you looking down on? Whoosh. The 2 women moved at the same time, and Jifeng's face changed slightly. The strength of the woman in the crimson dress was unfathomable. Elders, don't hold back. Fight with all your strength. Boom, boom, boom. In the Sunset Mountain Range, a terrifying battle broke out. If it wasn't for the fact that a battle between 4th-level Saint Realm experts would be separated, just the shockwaves from the battle alone would be enough to destroy all living things within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. Lin Chen's 6 doppelgangers activated the 9 wings of the Heavenly Devil. Their speed caused all the expansion realm elders' faces to change greatly. Snow Dragon, protect my temple. At this critical moment, Jifeng formed a blood seal. The space above the dragon temple twisted, and 1,000 Zhong-long snow dragon appeared. Its body was like a winged dragon, and its wings were as white as crystal. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. It was actually a mid-level 8th-level extreme hell snow dragon, comparable to a perfect 4th-level Saint Realm expert. It's the Snow Dragon Temple's holy dragon. Who would have thought that they would be forced to use all their hidden trump cards today? These people from the monstrous geniuses list are really fierce. Is the Snow Dragon Temple really going to be unable to withstand them today? Many saints who had retreated to the distant void looked at the battle from afar and sighed in amazement at the Snow Dragon Temple's strength. However, in the next moment, you're the only one with a dragon? Lin Chen snapped his fingers. The holy dragon descends. A dragon several hundred zhong long appeared in the sky. Its scales were dark green, and its head was majestic. Its azure tail was as blue as jade, and one of its eyes was black and the other white. It was as if yin and yang were rotating. What kind of dragon is this? The extreme hell snow dragon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's good that it can kill your dragon. The holy dragon used the same tone as Lin Chen. The extreme hell snow dragon was instantly enraged, as if provoked. The 2 dragons started to fight. Divine abilities were cast one after another. Dragon claws flew all over the sky, and the dragon tail swept around. It was as if they had returned to the prehistoric era to witness the battle between 2 extremely powerful dragons. The extreme hell snow dragon had 3.5 billion dragon veins, which was the same as an ordinary 4th-tier perfected saint. Although Lin Chen's holy dragon only had 2.3 billion dragon veins, it could perfectly use all his talent. In addition, the holy dragon's bloodline divine abilities were all at the perfect level. He could fight the extreme hell snow dragon head-on without being at a disadvantage. In the chaotic battle, only Lin Chen and Xiong Wentian were left in the void. Xiong Wentian walked toward the void. His long robe fluttered in the wind as he hovered in the air with his sword. The crimson sword in his hand surged with red refined stars. Xiong Wentian smirked disdainfully. You don't know your place. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, 5 9-colored auroras blasted toward him. Lin Chen directly threw out 5 9 tribulation stars. Xiong Wentian, who was still acting arrogant a moment ago, instantly changed his expression when he saw the 5 9-colored stars. Lin Chen, acting cool? You're just acting cool. Chapter 13-15. Red refined godly movement / Xiong Wentian was flustered and exasperated. His sword slashed out 5 rays of red refined qi that swept across the horizon like a rainbow. Kai. Bang. 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 5 9-colored stars slashed across the sky, and the 9-colored afterglow rained down from the sky. Before Xiong Wentian could even use his movement technique, 2 pairs of heavenly demon wings appeared behind him like ghosts, and Xiong Wentian was shocked. Dance of the true dragon. The spear shadows flashed chaotically, like an inexhaustible wave. The spear shadows suppressed Xiong Wentian like a giant dragon pouncing towards him. Blood sacrifice, heaven's thousand sword technique. Xiong Wentian's eyes were cold. His sword shadows slashed chaotically, and streaks of bloody light flashed across the horizon. Thousands of sword rays spun around like a kaleidoscope. The spear shadows danced wildly and exploded in the sky. Dragon blood soul dissipating claw. 9 layers burning sky palm. Lin Chen's palm was surrounded by 9 layers of fire seals. Rolling fire dragons roared in the sky. Lin Chen slammed his palm towards Xiong Wentian's back. 5 burning sky giant palms appeared. 9 layers burning sky palm. This was a fire elemental technique passed down from the divine flame palace. With 9 layers of burning, it was comparable to a mid-grade orange technique. This was the first time Lin Chen had used his strongest attack. Not to mention, the dragon claw collided with the 5 burning sky giant palms. The fire seals exploded, the dragon light shattered, and the crystal walls shattered. Xiong Wentian's strongest claw was shattered by the palm. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly channeled a large amount of saint power into his sword to cut off the burning sky palm. However, Lin Chen did not give up. When he regained his senses, he had already rushed to the top of Xiong Wentian's head. His speed was strange and unpredictable, forcing Xiong Wentian to attack again. Wind shadow finger. For consecutive absolute shadows. Black tortoise technique possession. Azura 9 brilliance change. 8 layers transformation. 10,000 layers of dragon splitting force. Slow rune. The two of them fought more and more fiercely. The shocking battle shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire Sunset Mountains turned into ruins. The two of them fought in the direction of the mysterious region's Tian Yin Canyon. Everywhere they went, it was as if a natural disaster had swept through the area. The sages who had retreated into the distance were even more dumbfounded when they witnessed this battle. That was the battle between geniuses on the monster rankings. The orange-tier martial arts that they had been pursuing for their entire lives were in the hands of the two of them. Even a 5th heaven true saint wouldn't dare to join the battle rashly. What was even more inconceivable to them was the silver-robed youth. He had only opened 24 saint cavities. How could his holy energy be comparable to a 4th heaven true saint realm expert? Every move of his orange-grade cultivation technique could be split into 5 moves. This had completely overturned everyone's understanding. What kind of joke is this? My level was actually surpassed. Ever since this young master was born, I've been the only one who's been able to challenge someone of a higher realm. No one has ever been able to challenge me. Xiong Wentian was a little hysterical. His usual arrogant and cold demeanor had turned crazy and violent, and his sword aura had become even sharper and more violent. However, Lin Chen avoided his attacks as smoothly as flowing water. No matter what kind of attack he used, it would be returned by Lin Chen in double. Xiong Wentian found it hard to accept reality. He had actually been forced to use his full strength in a single exchange. That's right, full power. Xiong Wentian had already been forced to use all the methods he could think of to increase his strength. How could there be such a ridiculous 3rd heaven true saint in this world? He had expanded Xiong Wentian's acupoints 10 times, the lowest being 17 times, and the highest being 20 times. The holy energy stored in his saint cavities was like a mountain, a river, a sun, and a moon. A single strike could unleash a destructive power of more than 90 billion dragon energy point. Ordinary true saints who had expanded their acupoints 5 times or 10 times would only have 23 to 25 billion dragon energy points at most. Compared to him, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. His combat strength was comparable to a fifth heaven true Saint Realm expert. Not to mention the numerous orange-grade cultivation techniques and mental cultivation techniques he cultivated. Even on the monstrous geniuses list, the number of people who could fight against him could be counted on one hand. As for fighting against someone of a higher realm, that was impossible. This was also the reason why he found it so hard to accept reality. Fighting someone of a higher realm and fighting someone of a higher realm were two different things. The little demon empress, who was in the middle of the chaotic battle, couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder when she saw Lin Chen from the corner of her eyes. This is the first time I've seen Lin Chen like this. As expected, all men are the same. When their women are touched, it's as if they've gone crazy. Suddenly, I'm a little envious of Lung Yueqi. The holy power of 24 Saint Caverns could cause around 5 billion dragon energy points. Lin Chen's Taiwan Fu Tian technique had already doubled. With the addition of the extreme god possession, another 3 times, it was 4 times. Lin Chen's holy power could unleash a destructive power of 25 billion dragon energy point. Even if he had twice as many odd crystals as Xiong Wentian, it wasn't enough to force Xiong Wentian to go all out. In the previous battle, he had used the active effects of extinction split wound, flickering light splitting shadows, and extreme god possession. Only then did he close the gap between them. 8-part burning dragon heaven roar. The strong attacks didn't stop. Lin Chen instantly formed a seal with 8 mental burning dragons above his head. Behind him was the image of the extreme god wearing an armor. Waves of dragon aura burst out as he attacked wave after wave. Roar tilde tilde. The burning dragons roared, destroying the mountains and rivers. The thousands of miles of mountains and valleys were instantly turned into fine powder. The roar caused the airflow to collapse, the light to dim, and the sand and stones to fly. The roar caused a few aperture expansion realm experts of the Snow Dragon Hall to fly away. Xiong Wentian's expression changed slightly. He held his sword with both hands and a red mark appeared between his eyebrows. When he used the sword, a circular red sword light appeared to protect his body. Sword spirit protection. Bang! 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 The sword light protection was destroyed by Lin Chen's roar. Xiong Wentian spat out blood, and his injuries couldn't be healed. Kai tilde. A talisman fell from the sky, and Lin Chen's rune energy dropped by 500,000 points. 1 talisman sealed demons, 1 talisman suppressed 10,000 demons. Psi tilde. All the saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this guy really human? Even if a saint's Saint Caverns contained infinite holy power, there would still be gap. This kid's killing moves came wave after wave, and he didn't stop at all. Was his Saint Caverns' holy power inexhaustible? The continuous attacks from the cultivation techniques to the mental bombardment, and the slowing rune, Xiong Wentian couldn't withstand it at all. Boom tilde. This time, space froze, and more than half of Xiong Wentian's Saint Caverns were temporarily slowed down. Lin Chen's heavenly demon wings flapped, and the 9-layered burning sky palm in his palm was ready to be unleashed. Trying to sneak up on me? Lin Chen sneered. Super chaotic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiong Wentian's expression changed, and the holy power in his mind and Saint Caverns became highly chaotic. Some of his Saint Caverns didn't even listen to his command, and the holy power in his body was running amok. What is this? Xiong Wentian didn't have time to react. Lin Chen used extreme god possession and instant light clone, and the 9-layered burning sky palm hit his chest at close range. Bang tilde. Crack, crack, crack. A blue energy shield instantly protected Xiong Wentian. It was a 5th-grade defensive sacred weapon, the Heart Sea Star Pendant. Even so, the ribs in front of his chest cracked, and he was sent flying into the ground by Lin Chen's palm. The outcome was clear. With this decisive palm strike, all the saints could already see the result of the battle between the two. Lin Chen flapped his heavenly demon wings, and when he appeared next to Xiong Wentian again, the golden armor on his left leg glowing brightly. What was he trying to do? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. However, in the next moment, all the saints felt their scalps go numb. Lin Chen, whose pure strength had increased by more than 100 billion dragon power points, kicked Xiong Wentian's head. Bang! The azure energy barrier shattered, and Xiong Wentian was kicked thousands of miles away by Lin Chen like a rubber ball. Along the way, he was sent tumbling through the air. Xiong Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood and shattered bones, his face filled with disbelief. No, no, no. Was this the rhythm of fighting to the death? Xiong Wentian was on the Monster Genius ranking. Everyone in the sacred boundary knew the rules of the Monster Genius ranking. The little demon empress whistled seductively. Hehe, there's a good show to watch. Chapter 1316. Xiong Wentian actually lost. Where did this little guy come from? Sigh. Jifeng, what kind of person did you provoke for our Snow Dragon Hall? Seeing that Xiong Wentian was defeated, the elders of the Snow Dragon Hall sighed bitterly. Jifeng, on the other hand, was shocked. Young noble Xiong Wentian, who was known as the emotionless sword saint, had actually been defeated. However, in the next moment, rumble. When they saw that Xiong Wentian was sent flying by Lin Chen, all the elders' faces change. Why did he continue to fight after winning? Did this brat not know the rules of the Demon Geniuses list? What is he trying to do? F***ck, he's serious. This brat really wants to kill young noble Xiong Wentian. Quick, save him. Several Fifth Heaven True Saints of the Snow Dragon Hall tried to break through the encirclement, but they were stopped by Fairy Scarlet. With a wave of her sleeves, she easily suppressed all the Fifth Heaven True Saints of the Snow Dragon Hall. Woman, scram! Jifeng roared. Why are you being so violent? My young noble is a man who dares to beat up a Saint King. Do you think he won't dare to kill someone on the Demon Geniuses list? Just watch quietly. Your Snow Dragon Palace offended someone you should not have offended. Fairy Scarlet smiled sweetly. Her laughter was light and graceful, but there was a trace of coldness in it. Jifeng's mouth twitched. He dares to beat up a Saint King? What kind of deity is this? On the other side, you. Xiong Wentian struggled to get up, but Lin Chen raised his leg and kicked him again. Rumble. The mountain collapsed, and Xiong Wentian was trampled into a bloody mess. He sank tens of thousands of meters into the ground. It's over. The Demon Geniuses list is going to change. Many saints' faces change. This brat was not showing any mercy. How was this a battle? He was simply beating Xiong Wentian to death. Earlier, he had not given Xiong Wentian a chance to catch his breath. Whenever there was a gap, he would use the delaying rune and rush forward at full speed. Right now, he did not even give Xiong Wentian a chance to recover. He was beating him to death. This was definitely a sign that he was going to kill Xiong Wentian. Could it be that little friend Lin Chen has been blinded by anger? He wants to kill Xiong Wentian. This is too big of a deal. The people from Ice Heart Palace were shocked and on edge. They wanted to stop Lin Chen, but they didn't have the guts. This kid was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the little war emperor of the past. If they angered him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to annihilate them. Anger for a beauty, but I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The palace master of Ice Heart Palace let out a complicated sigh, a trace of loneliness and reminiscence flashing across her eyes. Within the crater, Lin Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. Although he was injured, he still carried Xiong Wentian, who was soaked in blood, with one hand. You. Who are you? Could it be that you want to kill me? We're both on the Monster Genius list, so you should know how serious the consequences are. If you kill me, the Tao-seeking palace behind me won't let you off. The Grade 8 force that created the Monster Genius list won't let you get away with it. Xiong Wentian was badly mutilated, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a hideous grin. At this point, he only felt that the young man in front of him was bluffing. Kill him? What a joke. As someone on the Monster Genius list, he knew the importance of killing each other on the Monster Genius list. According to the rules set by the Monster Genius list, anyone who killed a genius on the Monster Genius list on the spot would be held accountable, and the faction directly related to that person would also be implicated. The highest punishment would be immediate silencing, and even the faction directly related to that person would be destroyed. The rules of the Monster Genius list were set by the Grade 8 sects of the 36 regions. Even if they were from the same Grade 8 sect, they couldn't disobey the rules of the Monster Genius list. If multiple Grade 8 forces were to fight against one Grade 8 force, the latter would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, even if Lin Chen was from a Grade 8 force, he couldn't kill Xiong Wentian. Do you really think I'm afraid of the rules of the Monster Genius list? Lin Chen sneered coldly. How you people on the Monster Genius list act normally has nothing to do with me. However, you dared to touch my people and hurt my friends. Not to mention the Monster Genius list, even if you're on the Saint Genius list, I'll kill you without a doubt. Boom tilde. Lin Chen raised his leg and kicked at Xiong Wentian's abdomen. The 230 billion dragon power boost from the war god's right greaves exploded. Bang tilde. Xiong Wentian shot into the sky like a shooting star, but he was sent flying by Lin Chen's kick. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his eyes rolled back. He was on the verge of death. How is this possible? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen's palm burned with flames and formed a 9-layered fire seal. He raised his palm toward the sky. Boom tilde. A gigantic heaven-burning palm slammed into Xiong Wentian's face with a loud bang. Bang tilde. Xiong Wentian's entire body exploded, and the blood mist was burned into nothingness by the flames. All the sages who witnessed this scene were stunned. A genius on the Monster Genius list was killed. 1,000 regions, Tao-seeking palace. In the floating palace above the clouds, 2 white-robed and black-shirted elders were playing chess. Suddenly, the hands of the 2 elders paused. At the same time, their expressions changed slightly. Their expressions changed from shock to shock, and then from shock to calmness. Under their calm faces, their eyes hid the anger of a volcano before it erupted. Wentian is dead. And he died in the 36 regions. He didn't die outside the sacred boundary or in a mystic realm. This is blatant disrespect for the Tao querying palace. He died in the mystic realm. Gather everyone. Let's head to the mystic realm. In a certain ancient pagoda, a bolt of black lightning flashed at the top of the pagoda. It had never changed since ancient times. A long-haired man with deep eyes walked out of the ancient pagoda. His hair was tied up in a black robe, and his expression was cold. Is there anyone who dares to disrespect the rules of the Monster Genius list? He died in the mystic realm. Capture the criminal. If necessary, exterminate his entire family. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of figures appeared beside the long-haired man like ghost. There were a total of 11 people. The long-haired man in the lead tore space with both hands, stepped into the void, and disappeared. At this moment, all the top forces in the sacred boundary were shocked. All the forces above rank 6 immediately received news of the death of a genius on the Monster Genius list. No one took Xiong Wentian's spot. The reason was simple. The rankings on the Monster Genius list were never obtained through killing. Instead, they were obtained through tests and competitions within a specified range. In the Elixir region. We're late. In the void above the Elixir region, 2 shadows floated in the void above the Elder Pavilion. A group of people appeared. The Clear Sky Sage King's aura is still here. It seems like he has been here before. The leader of the group, an old man with a walking stick, laughed sinisterly. He can't run away. Search for his information. The old man laughed sinisterly. He looked in the direction of the Elder Pavilion. That was the direction of the Myriad Treasure's secret territory. The old man squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. This aura can't be wrong. There really is one. Back then, the old man really created the 14th rank to deal with me. What was strange was that this group of people had openly appeared above the Pill region's Elder Pavilion, but no one in the Pill region had noticed them. Chapter 1317. Sword Domain, Sky Sword City. The 10,000 wheel of swords hung high in the sky, radiating a brilliant sword intent. In Sword City, Jian Qingcheng stood in front of a sword stele, wearing a bright red robe and looking worried. The middle-aged man at the side narrowed his eyes, closed the jade glaze list in his hand, and asked seriously. Qingcheng, you said that Lin Chen returned to the mystic territory to look for 6-fingered Shenyuan, right? Jian Qingcheng nodded. Yes, if we count the days, he should be able to reach the mystic territory through the spatial passage of the Elixir domain soon. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. It can't be so coincidental, right? The genius on the monster ranking who just died is also in the mystic territory. This kid is really the center of the chaotic storm in the sacred boundary. Trouble follows him wherever he goes. Father, what if it's really him? Jian Qingcheng bit her teeth, her face full of worry. Jian Qingcheng was almost certain that the one who killed Xiong Wentian on the monster ranking was Lin Chen. As for why, it was because of Jian Qingcheng's understanding of Lin Chen and his woman's intuition. He was not afraid of a sage king, and he was not even afraid of the will of a deity. How could such a guy abide by the rules of the monster ranking? The elegant man in the green robe stared at his daughter for a long time with a strange expression. Father, what are you looking at? This. Qingcheng, don't tell me you really like this kid like the other elders said. Jian Qingcheng's cheeks instantly turned red. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, he's just a target that I want to surpass. Before she could finish, the man in the green robe shook his head and exclaimed. Lin Chen was really an amazing kid. He had never seen his precious daughter, who was obsessed with the way of the sword, act like a little girl. His precious daughter had seen so many monstrous geniuses in the past, but she had never taken a fancy to any of them. Instead, she had been praised by a kid with no background. One had to know that when Lin Chen became a sage, he had broken through 9 Saint Acupoints in a row, while Jian Qingcheng was only one step away from breaking through 8 Saint Acupoints. Although there was still a huge gap between the two, her potential was definitely not weak. She was even stronger than many people on the monster ranking. She only lacked time to grow. Jian Qingcheng bit her cherry lips. What? Are you counting on your father to save him? Jian Qingcheng said, if you don't save him, your daughter will have one less target to surpass in the future. Hearing his daughter's clumsy excuse, the green-robed man smiled playfully and said, your father can't beat those old bastards from the 8th rank sect. It's easy for me to beat 1 or 2 of them, and I can even let them fight for a few rounds. But they're like a hornet's nest. Once you poke them, a bunch of old bees will come out. Then how can we save him? Seeing the smile on his father's face widening, Jian Qingcheng became anxious. Dad, tell me, you're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Ha 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 ha. The green-robed man reared his head back and laughed out. What a Lin Chen, to be able to turn my precious Qingcheng into such a state, you're really something. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this kid is like. Rumble. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were 3 white-robed elders. All of them had the demeanor of a transcendent being with white hair and long beards. They looked like immortals who didn't care about the secular world. Seeing the 3 elders appear, the green-robed man immediately became serious. However, the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. After the 3 elders descended, they didn't say anything. They just strolled around Jian Qingcheng, their faces calm and aloof. Well, your father definitely can't do anything. Mobilizing many forces in the sword region depends on your 3 great-grandfathers. The green-robed man shrugged. There was no trace of him trying to hold back his laughter. He was very professional. Jian Qingcheng looked at the 3 elders and braced herself. Qingcheng greets Jian Jin, Jian Shuo, and Jian Ming, my 3 great-grandfathers. Yes, what's the matter? The 3 elders asked while knowing the answer, their faces indifferent. Jian Qingcheng timidly said, can you, no. Then can you, no. The 3 elders were stubborn. Jian Qingcheng looked at her father for help. The green-robed man couldn't help but remind her, you caused trouble when you were young. What kind of treasured sword did you want? How did you express your attitude to your great-grandfathers? Try it now. There might be a miracle. Jian Qingcheng was dumbfounded. When I was young? How long has it been? Lin Chen's face suddenly appeared in Jian Qingcheng's mind. She seemed to have made up her mind. She braced herself and walked forward. Then, she grabbed the arm of one of the elders with a goatee and bit her red lips. Great-grandpa, Qingcheng is begging you. Help Qingcheng's friend. Jian Qingcheng pouted and swung her great-grandpa's arm like a little girl. The elder with a goatee said seriously, Qingcheng, it's not up to your great-grandpa to mobilize the forces in the sword region. Also, you have to think about the big picture. But Qingcheng can't leave him alone. Ching Cheng is begging you for the last time. I won't trouble you in the future, okay? Just this once." The beautiful woman's eyes were brimming with tears. The elder gave an ambiguous answer and then threw the question to another elder. Jian Qingcheng pleaded with the 3 elders one by one. Finally, she received an answer from Jian Ming's great-grandpa, who had the most power. "All right, I'll help you this time. Remember, you won't be so lucky in the future," Jian Ming's great-grandpa said seriously. Jian Qingcheng jumped up in joy and hugged him, crying tears of joy. "Thank you, great-grandpa Jian Ming." Seeing their granddaughter crying, the 3 elders' eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. "Then I'll go call Uncle Zhuo and the others now." After crying tears of joy, Jian Qingcheng quickly left Sky Sword City. After Jian Qingcheng left, the green-robed man covered his ears like a professional. "She's back. Qingcheng is back. She's finally willing to treat us as her grandfathers. She's exactly the same as when she was young, my precious granddaughter. You're finally back." "Oh, oh, oh, oh." The 3 elders, who had looked like sage-like immortals just a moment ago, were now shouting excitedly. Jian Ming was so excited that he pulled out half of his beard. Jian Jin was so excited that he waved his fists and punched a few holes in the sky. Sword Emanations was so excited that he screamed and did a few backflips on the spot. The entire Sky Sword City shook. The green-robed man face-palmed. These 3 elders were so obsessed with their granddaughters, their acting just now was really convincing. They were so good at acting that even he almost believed them. When Jian Qingcheng was young, she was very clingy and used to rely on others. Her 3 great-grandfathers doted on her as if they were afraid that she would melt. It was only after her master's death that Jian Qingcheng's state of mind changed. She became obsessed with swordsmanship and became stronger. Thus, she alienated herself from her family. Now that the 3 great-grandfathers who doted on her were missing a cute and clingy little girl, one could imagine. The green-robed man held back his laughter as he asked. "Then, what do the 3 grand elders think? Since he dared to make little Qingcheng cry, I'll go and beat him up first. However, we have to let him live before we can beat him up. Mobilize our forces and go to the mystic region." The sword domain changed. Chapter 13:18. The 3 old men had already eavesdropped on the conversation. The green-robed man didn't need to tell them the reason. They had already made a decision in their hearts. They were just waiting for their dear granddaughter to get close to them. "Let's go and save our future grandson-in-law." He made little Qingcheng cry. "If we want to beat him up, we should beat him up. Let's make it clear first. I don't recognize that kid as my future grandson-in-law. If he can't get past me, don't even think about touching Qingcheng. Are the 2 of you demons? Can't you learn from me what it means to be humble and considerate? If you want me, bring him to the border of Sword Domain and kill a few thousand high-level Saint Demon Kings before coming back." "A few thousand? How much do you want Qingcheng to cry? Are you still human?" The 3 old men were having a heated discussion. The green-robed man shook his head and laughed. These 3 old men, as if recalling his youth, the green-robed man's lips curled up. "Who hasn't killed a few people on the demon genius list back then? If you haven't gone crazy, how can you be called a young man? Let's go and see my future grandson-in-law." The green-robed man waved his hand. His laughter was like the roar of wind and thunder. "Sword, come." Clang tilde. The sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed throughout Jojo and the 8 regions. A crack appeared in the sky. As the sun and moon dimmed, the sky lost its color. The vast Sky Sword City actually split open. The Sword City split open and turned into countless streaks of sword light. They converged into the green-robed man's palm and condensed into a simple and unadorned sword. It released surging heavenly might. It was like an antique art piece in the mortal world. Its sharpness was restrained. Sword Domain Supreme Sect, Cloud Palace, Sky River Family, and Sunset Palace, gather all the elders at the fastest speed. We will follow the 3 old ancestors to the mystic realm. Sword Domain was a peaceful place in recent eras. It was one of the most legendary domains in the sacred boundary. Sword Domain was filled with experts and sword saints. However, there were very few geniuses on the demon genius list. It wasn't that Sword Domain didn't have any geniuses in the future. Instead, due to some reasons, many sword saints in Sword Domain didn't fight for the demon genius list. It was because they had challenged the authority. During the ancient times a few hundred years ago, a battle had been started by the Sword Domain, and it fought a world-shocking battle with the powers that controlled the genius rankings. The outcome of the battle was unknown, but the Sword Domain had still been able to escape unscathed. The aristocratic families in Jian Qingcheng controlled 1/10 of the top forces in the Sword Domain. They had deep friendships with many sword sects and schools. With a wave of their arms, a large number of sword saints would come out to help in the battle. This was also the reason why even the Clear Sky Saint King coveted Jian Qingcheng's talent in the sacred burial mountain rain. The Sword Domain had the deepest foundation amongst the 36 domains. After 100 eras, he was going to face off against the monster genius list again. In the dark hall, one could not see the end of it. A wisp of purple-black flame burned, like specks of starlight under the starry sky, becoming the only light in the dark night. The purplish-black flames burned fiercely, and a giant spatial door suddenly opened. A beautiful figure in a black robe slowly walked out from the giant door. Her face was covered, and her appearance could not be seen. "Empress, what are you doing? It's close to the day of inheritance. Why did you leave the space of inheritance?" A few old voices asked in surprise. More than a dozen black cloud-like spiritual consciousnesses floated in the void. Each of them had a pressure that surpassed that of a saint. "Do I need to report to you when I do something?" The black-robed person said indifferently. "I'm going to deal with some private matters. Whoever dares to follow me will be killed without mercy. The matter of inheritance concerns the entire demon tribe. I won't delay it." Whoosh! The black-robed person's figure jumped like a star core, and the stars moved. In an instant, she disappeared without a trace. The dozens of spiritual consciousnesses did not dare to act rashly, but the consciousnesses they transmitted to each other were filled with doubts. Private matters. In the Snow Dragon Hall, many elders were struggling bitterly, and they were at a disadvantage in all aspect. The moment Xiong Wentian died, it was a heavy blow. Xiong Wentian did not know who killed him until he died. He was in seclusion all year round, and rarely heard of Lin Chen's deeds. Even if he did, he would not take it seriously. There were many arrogant people on the monster genius list. I remember now. His Lin Chen. His that Lin Chen from the sacred burial mountain range. Ji Feng cried out in shock, and his heart fell to the bottom. At first, he did not think that it would be Lin Chen. The intelligence of a 5th-rank sect was not as fast as that of a 6th-rank sect. In his memory, even though Lin Chen was extremely talented, his cultivation base was still far from being on the monstrous genius list. So what if you're on the monster genius list? So what if you're a 5th-rank sect? You're all going to die today. Lin Chen's killing intent soared. If it was an ordinary matter, he would definitely not care about the final solution of destroying the sect. However, the Snow Dragon Hall and Xiong Wentian had touched his bottom line. After killing Xiong Wentian, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He did not even collect the attribute light balls after Xiong Wentian died. He directly charged in the direction of the Snow Dragon Hall sect master. Flapping his demonic wings, he crossed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The left leg armor of the war god released a golden radiance, and his pure strength increased again. The final charge turned into strength amplification. Lin Chen's pure strength soared to 300 billion dragon power, 400 billion dragon power, 500 billion dragon power. At this stage, this was the highest the left leg armor could charge. After one attack, the right leg armor's charge would be 0. "Now it's your turn, Snow Dragon Hall." Lin Chen's sudden burst of speed caught the 2 Transcendent Realm Elders and Ji Feng, who had been severely injured by Fairy Scarlet, before they could react. Fairy Scarlet had sealed off the space around them, limiting their range of movement. Rumble. Lin Chen's figure turned in midair, and a terrifying side kick erupted from his body. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a ray of golden divine radiance as it flashed past. Kai. Bang. 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 The 2 Grand Elders and Ji Feng did not even have the chance to cry out before they died. After the golden radiance flashed past them, their bodies were instantly pierced through, and their blood splattered everywhere. He had killed 3 5th-level saints in an instant. Many saints' teeth chattered, and their hearts turned cold. Is this brat really human? I'm not seeing things, right? Ji Feng died just like that. He died at the hands of a young man. The sect master of a 5th-rank sect, a genius of his generation, died just like that. Many of the sages had yet to recover from this shocking fact. Although Fairy Scarlet had helped him and he had been severely injured, the strength of Lin Chen's kick had already exceeded the range of an ordinary 5th-level saint. The mid-5th-level saint realm could unleash a killing power of 100 billion dragon power, and the late 5th-level saint realm could unleash a killing power of more than 100 billion dragon power. Of course, this referred to saints who had expanded their acupoints by 5 to 8 times and condensed their qi by 4 times. As for Lin Chen's strike, it had already surpassed the destructive power of 500 billion dragon power points. Although it was only a single strike, in an environment where their movements were restricted and they were heavily wounded, they didn't even have the chance to use their life-saving method. War God Armor Set Ultimate Left Leg Armor. Charge, 0%. It has been removed automatically. Host cannot use it before the charge is restored. Chapter 13:19. The dazzling golden armor disappeared, and Lin Chen let out a breath. When he looked around again, he saw that the elders of Snow Dragon Hall were either injured or dead. His doppelganger had a sense of propriety. His doppelganger would kill any elders who tried to counterattack or sneak attack Lin Chen and the others. If he recruited them, he would only deal with the guest elders in battle. He would only severely injure them but not kill them. This was the bottom line he left for them. Lin Chen threw all the saint corpses into Clear Snow's plant pouch. When they were absorbed by the blue crystal jade rod, he looked at the Sunset Mountain Range and the several large cities outside. From now on, Snow Dragon Hall will no longer exist in the mystic realm. Everything under Snow Dragon Hall will be taken over by Ice Heart Palace. If anyone dares to disagree, come and find me, Lin Chen, for a debate. I, Lin Chen, will convince people with virtue. If anyone disagrees, either beat me until you agree, or I'll beat you until you agree. All disciples of Snow Dragon Hall, leave immediately. If anyone dares to stay tomorrow, kill them without mercy. Lin Chen used his great perfection Saint Realm mental strength to transmit his voice. His voice spread for thousands of miles, spreading to countless cities and territories. Even further away, his voice could be heard clearly, as if it had traveled through space. When Lin Chen made his announcement, the saints who had come to participate in the joyous occasion exclaimed and sighed. Not only had a joyous occasion turned into a funeral, but the higher-ups of a rank 5 sect had been completely wiped out. The foundation of Snow Dragon Hall's 100,000 years of history had been destroyed. With 3 monstrous geniuses, the new Ice Heart Palace would be like the sun in the sky. Its position would be unshakable. The premise was that they could withstand the upcoming storm. Destroying a rank 5 sect was a small matter, but killing a genius on the monster genius list was a big matter. Lin Chen, you, sigh. As the 3 elders of Ice Heart Palace flew over, they all sighed. Now was not the time for them to be happy about taking over Snow Dragon Hall. On the surface, they had killed a genius on the monster genius list, but the force they had to face was not as simple as a rank 6 sec. It's fine. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. The monster genius list only has a force behind it. If we can't beat them, we'll beat them. Lin Chen laughed. His laughter was filled with terrifying confidence. The little demon empress took a deep look at Lin Chen. As the daughter of the Purple Cloud King Valley, she had come into contact with a level that far surpassed normal people. She understood that during the Primordial War, the powers in charge of the monstrous genius ranking were definitely not as simple as a normal sect. The experts sent out this time would definitely be much more terrifying than the 4 great demon kings who had infiltrated the Pill region that day. The death of a devilish genius like Xiong Wentian had no effect on the power behind him. These supergiants had seen too many devilish geniuses. What they wanted to protect was the rules of the genius list and their authority. If he didn't do anything after killing someone on the monster genius list, wouldn't he be able to kill anyone on the monster genius list in the future? If they sent out a few more 6th-level life and death realm saints to encircle and suppress the demons, the fresh blood of the human race would definitely be cut off. What they wanted to maintain was an unchanging order. Could it be that he's even more powerful than that day? What other trump cards does he have? I'm looking forward to it. The more the little demon empress thought about it, the more curious she became about Lin Chen. Her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor as she stared at Lin Chen without blinking. The secrets on his body seemed to be endless. The sacred dragon roamed the void, absorbing all the attribute light balls into its body. Host has received 100 million strengthening points, 120,000 fire attribute energy, 1 million talent points, 90,000 water attribute energy, 9 billion high-grade blood points, 2 billion high-grade blood points, 50,000 set essence. The little demon empress had worked together with the sacred dragon to kill the palace guardian sacred dragon of the Snow Dragon Hall. The high-grade blood chi attributes she had obtained were all absorbed into Lin Chen's body, causing his blood chi to surge wildly. Fairy, what's your reason for helping me? Lin Chen turned to look at Fairy Scarlet, revealing a meaningful smile. You can't possibly have taken a fancy to this handsome guy, right? If that's the case, we'll have to find a place to talk tonight. After the Boundary Tower, Fairy Scarlet had spared no effort to help him. She even dared to fight with the Clear Sky Saint King. As of now, Lin Chen couldn't think of any reason why she would help him so desperately. Fairy Scarlet smiled sweetly. Of course it's because you're handsome. Fine. You want me to guess again? Naughty Tilda, all right. I know you'll tell me one day. Lin Chen didn't ask any more questions. After the battle ended, his doppelganger quickly returned to the clear snow plant pouch to refine a large amount of blood attribute energy. The high-grade blood attribute energy dropped by the extreme Hell Snow Dragon greatly improved Lin Chen's saint physique. Previously, in the Great Desolate Realm, he had given most of the high-grade blood attribute energy he had obtained to the sacred dragon. His body-refining realm hadn't improved much. This time, the dragon energy in his flesh shell had broken through 6 billion, and it showed no signs of stopping. The extreme Hell Snow Dragon's cultivation was comparable to a human at the late stage of the Fourth Heaven True Saint realm. It was a great benefit to Lin Chen. In addition to the effects of the flesh shell's awakening, his pure strength had reached 16 billion dragon energy. The human race and the dragon race each had their own merits. The dragon race's bloodline ability would consume a large amount of energy from the dragon veins. Generally, it could only be used a few times before it dried up. However, even when the dragon veins were empty, the dragon race's sacred dragon body still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. On the other hand, although the human race's sacred dragon body could erupt with great strength, and its attributes were varied, it could be used many times. However, if the consumption of the sacred dragon body was intense and the sacred dragon body was exhausted, it would enter a very weak state. In the same situation, when the dragon veins were exhausted and the sacred dragon body was exhausted, the dragon race's sacred dragon body could crush the human race's sacred dragon body. If Lin Chen could raise his body-refining realm to the same level as his sacred dragon body, it would be equivalent to having one more trump card when he was at the end of his rope. Class monitor, these are their storage rings. Han Yizhi took away all the storage rings of the fallen Snow Dragon Hall elders, as well as Xiong Wentian's silent belt. This item was a 4th-grade spatial sacred artifact, and its ability to store things far exceeded that of a storage ring. Generally, only 6th-layer saints would have it. Elders of the Ice Heart Palace, you can inform the other elders to come here. From today onwards, you can take over all the affairs of the Snow Dragon Hall. Lin Chen smiled. The elders of the Ice Heart Palace were both happy and worried. They landed in the Snow Dragon Hall one after another, and even began to rush towards the various branch halls. Seeing this scene, the many saints who were watching from afar immediately dispersed. If this young man went crazy and killed them, then they would really be fools. Lin Chen was about to open all the saints' storage rings when Leng Yueqi hugged him from behind. Her soft and fragrant and cold breath lingered at the tip of Lin Chen's nose as the beauty slightly rebuked him. How are you? Are you hurt? You're always so impulsive. Lin Chen smiled. Hey, if a man doesn't act impulsively, is he still a man? What's more, your man is the most handsome me. TSK, 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 don't be so lovey-dovey. The things you asked me to collect, Purple Cloud King Valley has already collected them for me. The little demon empress interrupted the two and handed Lin Chen a storage ring. When Lang Yueqi saw the little demon empress, a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Such a person was truly rare in this world. Chapter 1320. Receiving the storage ring from the little demon empress, Lin Chen grinned, then I'll have to thank you. Hehe, as long as I don't die, I won't go back on my word. When he opened the storage ring with his mind consciousness, over 100 second-grade sacred artifacts were stored inside. Lin Chen's eyes burned with passion. He had made an agreement with the little demon empress and Purple Cloud King Valley when he was in the Realm Tower. He would sell 1,000 astral travel fruits every year for Purple Cloud King Valley to buy a large number of second-grade sacred artifacts for him. As for the amount, it was on credit. Purple Cloud King Valley was rich anyway, so they didn't lack money. Even now, Lin Chen, who had entered the monstrous genius ranking, did not know what rank of power the Purple Cloud King Valley was. This power had a long history and seemed to be a special existence in the southern region. Even the little demon empress had not directly answered Lin Chen's question. Let's go, let's search. Let's see what good things this 5th rank sect's treasury has. Lin Chen waved his hand, and Han Yizhi and the little demon empress followed. Hearing the word search, the little demon empress' eyes lit up as if she was going to explore and search for treasures. Everyone went straight to the root of the problem. Snow Dragon Palace hid their treasury very well, and even Fairy Scarlet had to spend some time to find it. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had ultimate shadow, and it didn't take more than 15 minutes for Little Shadow to find all the hidden treasures. They found 4 secret treasures one after another. In the first secret realm, there were 5 low-grade spiritual plants of providence, 1 mid-grade spiritual plant of providence, the Snow Dragon Vine, and a mountain of gold and silver Saint Origin coins. Lin Chen gave the Saint Origin coins to the little demon empress, Han Yizhi, and the others, and gave all the spirit plants of destiny to Ice Heart Palace. This was the foundation of Ice Heart Palace's future development. To put it bluntly, with Lin Chen's help, Ice Heart Palace would definitely be managed by Lang Yueqi in the future. Leaving the spirit plants of destiny behind was equivalent to leaving them for his future wife to cultivate. The second secret realm was a cultivation technique. There were 4 orange rank cultivation techniques and 2 half-orange rank cultivation techniques. There were countless top purple rank cultivators. There were also 13 low-grade odd crystals and 1 ice attribute mid-grade odd crystal. Lin Chen and the little demon empress only took half for themselves and left nearly half for Ice Heart Palace. Snow Dragon Hall also majored in ice attribute secret arts, so many of their inheritances could be said to be perfectly compatible with Ice Heart Palaces, causing the elders to be overwhelmed with joy. The third treasure trove contained pill recipes. Although there was a wide variety of them, Lin Chen was a 6th-grade Saint-grade alchemist and had extremely high standards. On top of that, Snow Dragon Hall was not a force that specialized in alchemy, so the highest grade of pill recipes was only 4th grade. As such, Lin Chen only took a portion for Little Shadow to use as his staple food. The little demon empress and Han Yizhi each took a scroll of pill recipes, while the rest of the pills were left for Ice Heart Palace. The 4th treasure trove contained what Lin Chen wanted the most. It contained 178 first-grade Saint artifacts, 99 second-grade Saint artifacts, 12 third-grade Saint artifacts, and 3 4th-grade Saint artifacts. Lin Chen took all of them away. As for Fairy Scarlet, she personally opened a spatial passage and transferred more than half of Ice Heart Palace's higher-ups and elders to Snow Dragon Hall. All the elders of Ice Heart Palace felt as if they were dreaming. In almost a day, they had replaced Snow Dragon Hall. The ups and downs of life were countless times more exciting than whoring for free. If it was an ordinary force, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. Even if they destroyed Snow Dragon Hall, they would not be able to directly take over their territory. However, Lin Chen was on the monstrous genius list, and no one could interfere with the actions of the monstrous genius list. Unless Snow Dragon Hall was a direct subordinate force of a 6th-grade sect, an ordinary 6th-grade sect would not easily find trouble with a genius on the monstrous genius list who could destroy their sect. One day later. What? Sold them all? These are 4th grade pill recipes, their value is too high. In the treasure hall of Snow Dragon Hall, when the elders of Ice Heart Palace heard that Lin Chen wanted to sell all the 3rd grade and 4th grade pill recipes as quickly as possible to exchange for 2nd grade saint artifacts, they thought they had miss her. Han Yizhi smiled playfully, her dimples like a flower, and she explained, "Elders, don't worry. The class president is now a 6th grade saint grade alchemist and won the championship of the Pill Domain's Heavenly Selection Meeting. Selling these pill recipes will not affect the foundation of Snow Dragon Hall, so elders need not worry." 6th grade? The jaws of the 3 Saint Realm elders and the palace master of Ice Heart Palace almost fell to the ground, the corners of their mouths trembling. A 6th grade saint grade alchemist, this was a legendary alchemy giant. In the 36 domains, where would he not enjoy supreme treatment? Lin Chen was a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age. What kind of transformation had this little guy undergone after leaving the mystic domain? Not daring to hesitate, the elders of Ice Heart Palace acted quickly, selling these pill recipes for Lin Chen as quickly as possible. 2 days later. Snow Dragon Hall, Cultivation Secret Realm, Frost Jade Bed. The vast frost jade bed hung upside down in the sky like a mirror, emitting a bone-chilling aura. In the past, only elders of Snow Dragon Hall could enter this place. Lung Yueqi was in the center of a 10,000-foot-long piece of supreme-grade heavenly ice soul. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and she was like an ice fairy sealed within the heavenly ice soul. She was so beautiful that Lin Chen was stunned. Elder sister Yueqi is getting more and more beautiful. Ian, after her seclusion this time, I should be able to, hey. Lin Chen stroked his chin and laughed to himself. At this time, Lung Yueqi's delicate body was like a whirlpool devouring the vast energy of the heavenly ice soul. Even Lin Chen had to use all his saint energy to defend himself before he could get within 100 feet of her. This 10,000-foot-long piece of heavenly ice soul was enough to turn some small realms into a world of ice and snow. It was something that Little Shadow had picked up in the Myriad Treasures secret realm. In terms of value, Lin Chen only had a 6th grade saint pill, the Fulcrum Destiny pill, that he had refined during the Heaven's Choice Convention. Lung Yueqi's 9 absolute frost veins were in the best period after awakening. If she could perfectly absorb the heavenly ice soul, she would definitely soar into the sky. Perhaps her cultivation would even surpass Lin Chen's. When Lin Chen left the secret realm and returned to Snow Dragon Hall, the elegant crimson figure had been waiting for him for a long time. It was fairy crimson. She threw a storage ring to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "This is what I got from selling many of Snow Dragon Hall's properties. There are also some territories that are temporarily beyond Ice Heart Palace's ability to manage. Under my guarantee, I sold all of them to a rank 6 Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the 1 million gold Saint Origin coins you gave me before, I personally went to a rank 7 Chamber of Commerce in Mystic Territory and found a lot. When the people of Ice Heart Palace heard that you needed a large number of saint artifacts, they offered all of them to you, leaving only the minimum number of life-saving saint artifacts." When Lin Chen took the storage ring, his eyes flashed with a hint of passion. There were actually 516 second-grade saint artifacts in this storage ring. It was not an exaggeration to say that this number was astronomical. Although second-grade saint artifacts were a little too low for Lin Chen's current standards, it was still difficult for even a rank 6 sect to gather so many saint artifacts in such a short time. In addition to the second-grade saint artifacts that Lin Chen had, the total number of second-grade saint artifacts was exactly 1001. The third war god component was right in front of him, within reach. Chapter 1321. The system had once informed Lin Chen that the more parts there were in the war god set, the more terrifying the increase in strength would be. For example, a single war god bracer with a 4% charge and a 2% charge bracer with a 2% charge bracer and a 2% charge bracer would bring about an even more heaven-defying increase in strength. When Lin Chen left, Fairy Scarlet stared deeply at Lin Chen's back. In the end, she still couldn't see through Lin Chen's background. Every genius had their own destiny. Talent was important, but destiny and timing were always the deciding factor of fate. Fairy Scarlet had come into contact with many monstrous geniuses, but she had never tried her best to help a person like this. On the contrary, she was very careful when dealing with monstrous geniuses. The reason was her origin. She wasn't a human, but a spirit plant. In many cases, she could more or less perceive the strength of a genius's destiny. She could do it at the level of a peak saint fortune teller. She could see a person's height and achievements. However, Lin Chen didn't have any destiny to speak of. It should be said that there was no trace of destiny on his body. His fate and destiny didn't have any at all. This proved that he was most likely not from this world. This was the conclusion that Fairy Scarlet, who was a spirit plant, dared to reckon. How high can you grow? Let me see. I have wandered for countless eras, cultivated a human form, and obtained wisdom. I have long grown tired of such days. I hope you can let me see a new beginning. Lin Chen, Snow Dragon Hall's seclusion secret realm. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and opened the system. Heavenly Dao Attribute Picking System version 7. 0 Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Intermediate 3rd Heaven Saint Realm, 24 Saint Points, Advanced Essence, 3911. 6 billion points limit strength, 18. 2 billion dragon power, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 100%, Advanced Blood Chi, 535. 5 billion points Advanced Spirit, 16. 9 billion points, Great Completion Saint Realm, Advanced Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 65. 71 million points Advanced Rune Energy, 124. 41 million points Intermediate Heavenly Dao Points, 27. 22 million points Intermediate Talent Points, 110. 2 million points Set Essence, 6. 74 million points. Blank Attribute, 0. Strengthening Points, 16. 955 million, Odd Crystals Refined, 38 pieces. Advanced Elemental Energy, Fire 44. 1 million points, Earth 34. 15 million points, Wood 33. 99 million points, Metal 33. 33 million points, Water 33. 41 million points, Thunder 34. 35 million points, Wind 34. 31 million points, Light 33. 46 million points, Dark 33. 52 million points. Set Column, Golden War God Set, Part, Ultimate Right Vambrace Ultimate Left Greave, Blueprint, Ultimate Right Greave. Bloodline Status Column, Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column Active Talent Pain, Passive Talent Pain, Sure Kill Skill Pain, Special Rune Pain, Talent Combination Skill. After killing Xiong Wentian, the Snow Dragon Hall Elder, and the others, Lin Chen had obtained a large amount of set essency. Compared to the previous battle in the Pill region, it was not that the 4 Great Demon Kings and Clear Sky Sacred King were inferior to Xiong Wentian, but that Clear Sky Sacred King did not use any sacred artifacts at that time. So far, Lin Chen had only obtained set essences by destroying or disassembling sacred artifacts. System: I want to create the War God's Right Greave. System received. Consumed 2 million Heavenly Dao Points, 2 million set essences, 999 second-grade sacred artifacts, and 1 9th-grade metal sacred ore. Boom tilde tilde. In Lin Chen's clear snow plant pouch, the golden sacred ore sealed with the sharp and oppressive metal aura disappeared. In the system space of Lin Chen's spiritual sea, a sharp golden whirlpool appeared. Then, when the whirlpool dissipated, a section of the golden greave shone brightly and slowly descended. Its proportions and length were completely designed according to Lin Chen's body shape. Production successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd piece of the Golden War God Set Ultimate Right Greave. Charge, 0, 45%. Just as Lin Chen's heart throbbed, Little Shadow jumped out of his arms. There was still good news. You opened the Belt of Silence. The black dragon-shaped Little Shadow nodded excitedly and replied telepathically, I earned a small target. Xiong Wentian's Belt of Silence was a spatial sacred artifact. This kind of sacred artifact was not like a storage ring. After death, the owner's spiritual imprint would become very weak. Instead, it would become more solid, making it impossible for outsiders to obtain the secrets inside. This was often created by some super sects to prevent some powerful cultivators from revealing the sect's secrets after death. Later on, it became a part of the freak genius list because it could also be used as a providence plant pouch. Lin Chen immediately released his spiritual power and saw a vast ocean. There were 2 islands floating on the surface of the ocean, and they were filled with many treasures. There were cultivation techniques, divine pills, 8th grade treasures, and a few 4th grade sacred artifacts that had yet to recognize their owners. It was extremely rich, as expected of the freak genius list. It's indeed rich. After Lin Chen collected everything, he discovered that there were even a few rare mermaids in the ocean. The mermaids were all graceful and beautiful. Their bodies were as beautiful as jade, and they were extremely charming. They were not inferior to some princesses of the holy nations. Seeing that the spiritual consciousness that entered this time was not the original owner, the mermaids who had not even reached the 8th grade trembled and hid in the depths of the ocean. Damn, this Xiong Wentian really knows how to enjoy himself. It seems that he can enter this space from time to relax. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He would find a time to release these mermaids. The most important thing now was to gather more power. System, break down all the sacred artifacts here for me. Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness touched the entire silent space. The system activated again and broke down all the sacred artifact. Then, Lin Chen took out the storage rings of the Snow Dragon Hall's elders and Jifeng's storage ring. He chose all the sacred artifacts and broke them down, and broke them down again. Among them, there was no lack of 4th grade sacred artifacts, and there was even a 5th grade one. It was a great improvement for Lin Chen, but he still chose to break them down. The reason was to prepare for the next situation. Breakdown successful. Host has accumulated 65 million points of set essence. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Very good. I'm going to use all the set essence on the 3 God of War parts and distribute it evenly. Beginning charging. Charging complete. Host has 3 God of War set pieces. Ultimate right vambrace, 2% charged. Ultimate right vambrace, 5% charged. Ultimate left vambrace, 5% charged. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Chen could not help but tremble at this moment. All of them were over 5% charged. Last time, when Lin Chen used the 2 Ars God of War parts that had been charged to 5%, the pure strength that he could unleash at the last moment exceeded 6 trillion dragon power. The final kick that destroyed the myriad treasure's secret realm even exceeded 8 trillion dragon power. This time, it was 3 pieces with 5% charged. If ordinary 6th grade saints dare to come to me, all of them will die. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly. There was a vaguely domineering aura in his eyes. No matter what the consequences of killing the geniuses on the demon talents list were, he would not regret it. He would not regret it even if he died. Lin Chen would kill anyone who crossed his bottom line. Rumble tilde. Suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth shook. A thunderous roar rumbled like wind and thunder, sweeping through everything as it reverberated millions of miles away from the Sunset Mountain range. The expressions of all the forces and experts change. The Dao Querying Palace is on business. All unrelated people, leave immediately. 15 minutes later, your life and death will be decided by the heavens. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It's coming. Chapter 1322. The Dao Seeking Palace's warning had caused the last batch of forces to retreat. There was no one within a radius of 10 million miles. The Snow Dragon Palace had been destroyed, and someone on the monster genius list had been killed. Such important news had caused all the forces who had received the news to flee. Who would stay here? Only a few old monsters hiding in the void dared to stay. They were the reclusive old monsters of the mystic realm, and they had only come to watch the show. There were even some powerful saints who released a spiritual consciousness from afar to observe the vicinity of the Sunset Mountain range. How many years has it been since something so exciting has happened in the quiet mystic realm? It seems that during the period when the old man was in seclusion, some extraordinary geniuses appeared. They are not inferior to those lunatics from the Sword region. This kid killed a genius on the monster genius list. Interesting, This is much more interesting than watching those little guys on the Monster Genius list fight. I haven't come out for a long time, and I've encountered such an interesting thing as soon as I came out. Some of the Almighty's mental consciousnesses conversed with each other and did not intend to interfere. The one who killed my Tao-seeking palace's genius, get out here. Get out here. Boom. 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 Terrifying sacred sounds mixed with sacred power shattered the space. The sky was scattered, and the light was dim. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The silence belt had fallen into Lin Chen's hands, and the Tao-seeking palace had found him extremely quickly. With the speed at which saints traveled through the void, only special spatial passages could cross the sacred boundary and directly reach the mystic realm. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. His figure flashed, and he traveled through the void and returned to the hall. In the hall, the Ice Heart Palace's members were in a mess. Only the little demon empress and Han Yiji were calm. Seeing Lin Chen appear, everyone calmed down as if they had found their backbone. Class monitor. Han Yiji's expression was grave. Her mental power sensed that the person who had come was extremely terrifying. It was not an ordinary 5th-level saint. The other party seemed to have sent out a high-level force. It's okay. They are just here to find me. You guys take care of this place. I can go alone. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. He took a step forward, spread his demonic wings, and flashed into the void. Fairy Crimson's beautiful figure appeared in the hall, and she casually found a place to sit down. Senior Scarlet, aren't you going to help Lin Chen? Ice Heart Palace's palace master couldn't help but ask Fairy Scarlet. Fairy Scarlet glanced at her and smiled. You seem to be very worried. Speaking of which, you are Lang Yueche's master, right? Why do you look at him a little differently? The palace master was stunned for a moment before a faint blush appeared on her beautiful face as she lightly coughed. No, Lin Chen's kindness to my Ice Heart Palace is as heavy as a mountain. The decision to help this time is not something that I can decide on my own. Fairy Crimson interrupted her and said in a rare serious tone, you are not at my level. The level of contact you have with the enemy this time is different. My participation will not change the outcome of this battle. Everything depends on Lin Chen himself. The agreement I made with him is to guard this place and not be affected by the battle. Everyone looked at each other, feeling complicated and worried. Indeed, there were some existences in the world that you thought were rare, but in the eyes of others, they were just playthings. You thought they were rare because you had not reached that level. For example, the Battle Emperor felt that sages were so great and powerful, but there were naturally more levels above sages. The world, or even the entire universe, was created by layers of levels. Outside the Sunset Mountain Range, in the Sky Yin Canyon, Lin Chen stood alone at the peak of the mountain. His silver robe fluttered in the wind as he fought against the wind. A section of his armor was enshrouded in golden radiance, giving off a faint divine aura. Little Shadow turned into a little black dragon and sat on his shoulder. In the face of a great enemy, it even yawned casually. This little guy is swallowing saint pills faster and faster. How terrifying! Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He activated his saint energy, and 1,000,000 miles away, 3 figures slowly appeared in the air. There were 2 old men, one in black and one in white, and an old lady with a walking stick. Her old and empty eyes were somewhat terrifying. When the old lady opened her eyes, the fluctuation of her saint energy caused Lin Chen to feel a tingling pain in his spiritual senses. This old lady is terrifyingly strong. That was not all. 8 more figures appeared around him, and their saint points spun rapidly. They were actually 5th Heaven True Saint Realm experts with 50 saint points opened. In the 4 directions, there were 8 5th Heaven True Saints blocking his escape route. The foundation of a Tier 6 force was clearly not to be underestimated. It was on a completely different level compared to a Tier 5 force that only had 3 5th Heaven True Saint. Little brat, is that you? Tell us your name. The 2 old men in black and white flicked their fingernails, and they looked like tigers looking at an ant. This handsome guy has many nicknames. Which one do you want to hear? Some people call me the most handsome man in the holy world, some call me the most popular man in the clubhouse, and some call me an arsonist, but my favorite is still the simple, unadorned, and even a little boring, God descending. Why? Are you asking me for my name? Are you inviting me to a brothel? Let me say this first, I have a strange taste, and it's hard to satisfy me. Why don't you treat me to a midnight snack? Lin Chen picked up a astral travel fruit and chewed it, talking cheerfully and wittily. Little Shadow picked up a saint pill and chewed on it in unison. One man and one shadow, both of them were extremely arrogant. What's the point of talking nonsense with a mere junior? We'll capture him and crush his bones before interrogating him. The old man in black snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. The black yin qi on his fingers emitted a hellish aura of destruction and death as it shot towards Lin Chen. The old man's aura wasn't strong, but when he made his move, the sky darkened, and a thin but deep crack appeared in the sky. The moment the old man attacked, Lin Chen finally sensed the old man's strength. He was a level 6 life and death realm late level 6 sage. Lin Chen activated his Ars Vambrace and flicked his finger. A golden light broke through the sky. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. The golden light and the death aura collided. The sky and earth were destroyed. Within thousands of miles of the explosion, all life was instantly vaporized. The space collapsed, and all life was dead. What? He blocked my attack with pure strength. Is that a few 100 million dragon power points? The black and white elders were shocked. The old woman's empty eyes finally regained some spirit. She stared in Lin Chen's direction with a hint of curiosity. Bang tilde. Lin Chen stepped into the void. The shadow attached to his body, and his demonic wings spread. When he gathered his spiritual power, it exploded, and a cold roar reverberated throughout the sky. Your Dao querying palace disciple kidnapped my woman first. Don't blame me for killing you. Come at me. I'll fight the Dao querying palace alone. At this moment, nearly half of the northwest region of the mystic realm was shocked. Many sages who were watching in secret were shocked. One person fighting a 6th rank sect alone? Chapter 1323. Although the Dao-seeking palace would not go all out, the powerhouses who had arrived here were already the core forces of a grade 6 force. Most importantly, it was difficult to gather so many experts in such a short period of time. Many of the reclusive old monsters and mighty figures who were watching the battle could not help but be dumbfounded. They had thought that this young man would call for some powerful force, but they did not expect that he would directly start a battle. How could there be such a young man who dared to challenge a peak expert from a grade 6 force? Not only was he like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. Even if the geniuses of the Dao querying palace make mistakes, it's not up to you to criticize them. Young man, you think you can be so arrogant just because you have some ability? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there. Boom tilde. The black and white elders were so angry that they laughed instead. With a single step, they traversed 1,000 miles. With a flick of their sleeves, 2 gigantic dragons appeared, one black and one white. Their saint power could move mountains and fill seas, and it contained the aura of life and death. Compared to the 5th layer saint that Lin Chen had fought before, this was many times more powerful. At the 6th level of the saint realm, the life and death realm, one saint energy would be tainted with the aura of life and death. Every single move and action of the saint realm possessed the mighty power to create and destroy all living things. Buzz tilde. His divine might was vast, and his divine power was as vast as the sea. Golden divine light revolved around Lin Chen's right arm. Lin Chen activated his war god's right vambrace, and his physical strength instantly soared to 5 trillion dragon power point. TSK. Rip tilde. Sonic booms surged as Lin Chen met them head-on. He punched out and flattened the surroundings. The gale of his fist that flickered with golden divine radiance shattered the void and blasted apart the black and white twin dragons. The 2 old men were shocked. Why was this brat's pure strength still rising? Rumble. In a split second, the sky and earth spun. Lin Chen's fist blossomed with endless golden light. He smiled coldly, and with the help of little dark shadow and his devil wings, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the 2 elders, smashing his fist furiously. A dazzling golden divine light flashed across the sky. The two of them fell into the earth veins, shattering mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The ones who were repelled were actually the two elders of the Tao-seeking palace. Lin Chen's fists were like fire and lightning. His dragon force was completely released as he closed in on the two elders. His aura was overbearing, as if he was the only one who could beat him. His fists hit the two elders like three holy lights that could destroy everything. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed and unstoppable. There's such a thing. Where did this freak come from? Isn't he only at the third layer of the Sage realm? Where did he get the means to explode with such power? A third-level saint against a sixth-level saint? Have I gone mad, or has the world gone mad? The reclusive old monsters of the mystic realm couldn't hide their shock. The white-robed old man was truly enraged by Lin Chen's pursuit. He clenched his fist, and the surging crimson light converged into a shocking giant sword. It released an aura of death that could swallow everything as it slashed towards Lin Chen. Tao-seeking mortal sword. Tao-seeking palace's strongest orange-grade technique, Tao-seeking mortal sword. Lin Chen had just repelled the black-robed old man when he spun around in the air and struck out with his elbow, shattering the gigantic sword of death. Countless fragments of light exploded and the white-robed old man was pushed back several hundred steps, his face filled with shock. River of forgetfulness, silent death. A green claw appeared on the black-robed old man's right arm and suddenly clawed at Lin Chen. Wherever it passed, the airflow collapsed and space disintegrated. 7 green claw marks that leaped through space tore at Lin Chen's head. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's Saint Realm Grand Perfection spiritual force sensed the approaching murderous aura. Raising his hand, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and a world-shattering storm of destructive force burst out from his palm, directly crushing this killing claw. No matter how the two elders used the Tao-seeking palace's orange-grade technique, Lin Chen's strength could subdue 1,000 moves and break 10,000 techniques with a single punch. The 8 high-level elders of Tao-seeking palace who blocked Lin Chen's escape route were dumbfounded. The two elders were the grand elders of Tao-seeking palace. Their status was lofty and their strength was second only to several people in Tao-seeking palace. 2 such powerful people couldn't take down a young man? Just how monstrous was this boy? If the most outstanding genius of Tao-seeking palace in the recent era was Xiong Wentian, he wouldn't even last 2 rounds against these 2 elders. The void exploded hundreds of times in a row. The space in the northwest region trembled incessantly. Spatial storms swept through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, as if an apocalyptic disaster had arrived. Only Iceheart Palace, which had set up a spatial barrier in advance, was spared from the disaster. Everyone from Iceheart Palace stared worriedly into the distance. Fairy Crimson was calm and collected, but her eyes never left the battle. Only the little demon empress, whose charming and peerless face was filled with eagerness and excitement, looked into the distance with anticipation and excitement, as if she was waiting for something. When the two sides retreated, Black and White's auras were slightly disheveled. On the other hand, Lin Chen floated in the air with his demonic wings spread out. His aura was long and steady, and his battle intent was domineering. He didn't seem tired at all. Use that move. Ordinary moves won't have any effect on this kid. I didn't expect that the forbidden move that we've sealed for dozens of eras would be used against this boy. Black and White gritted their teeth, and their eyes burned with monstrous anger. Their saint acupoints burst forth with brilliant holy might, and their holy power rose rapidly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. You're going to use your killing move? Good, I'm also planning to kill you 2 in one go. Just as the 2 old men were about to fight it out with Lin Chen, an afterimage suddenly disappeared. The 2 old men's bodies suddenly trembled, and the power that was rising from their bodies subconsciously stopped. The moment the afterimage disappeared, Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. It was as if some ancient giant beast was staring at him. System, maximize the power of the right vambrace. Lin Chen thought, and the war god's vambrace exploded with an invincible divine light. Lin Chen's power broke through 8 trillion dragon power point. Lin Chen swung his fist, and golden divine light flash. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. A terrifying scene appeared in the range of everyone's perception. The several thousand li of space around Lin Chen seemed to have turned into paste, turning into a chaotic vacuum. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, and he retreated several thousand steps. In the air, an after-image retreated 10 steps, and his eyes were empty and weathered. Black and White were overjoyed. The Tao-seeking palace's chief guardian elder had attacked. Her power was second only to the Tao-seeking palace's most mysterious ancestor. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the old woman in the distance. He suddenly laughed and said, "Senior, you're already so old, but you still want to ambush a young man like me? Aren't you more shameless than me?" The old woman spoke, and her voice was extremely hoarse. "Against a monster like you. This old woman doesn't plan to treat you as an ordinary person. If the Tao-seeking palace's monstrous genius dies without an explanation, I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock. You still have a trump card, right? The two of them might not be able to take you down. Let this old woman be your opponent." Lin Chen's eyes were serious and excited. This old woman looked like a candle in the wind, incomparably weak, but in reality, she was abnormally strong. At the very least, she wasn't an ordinary peak sixth heaven true saint. She was even stronger than the two elders. Just as Lin Chen was about to take out his ultimate left greave, a 10,000 li purple light broke through the void and directly broke through the Tao-seeking palace's spatial seal. An incomparably deep and powerful voice shook heaven and earth. "Is this all the Tao-seeking palace can do? You've pretty much lost old man Mo's face all those years ago. What's the point of bullying a young man? Come and spar with me." The old woman's expression suddenly became serious. Lin Chen was stunned. Another expert had descended. The little demon empress waved her small fists and said excitedly, "They're finally here." Chapter 1324. This voice, could it be that old fogey Zi Tianhu? He actually didn't die and even broke through that boundary. Hearing this domineering warning, many old monsters were shocked and dignified. The main event had arrived. Not too far away from Lin Chen, in the horizon, a vast expanse of purple light rolled out, forming a rainbow bridge. On this road, a group of people was walking towards him. The person in the lead was 9 feet 9 in height. He wore a purple armor and wore a purple robe. His eyes were fierce and his brows were sharp like swords. His face was dignified and firm, as if it had been carved by a blade. His hands were clasped behind his back. His eyes were blazing with purple clouds, like the sun. They were extremely domineering, like an emperor overlooking all living beings. On his left was a handsome middle-aged man. His appearance was natural and unrestrained. He held a feather fan in his hand and a gentle smile hung on his lips. His entire body was ordinary, like a mortal standing next to a saint. However, his eyes occasionally twinkled with starlight. On his right was a charming woman with peerless charm. She wore a fiery red robe. Her smile and frown were breathtaking, as if she had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and would never awaken. There was also a handsome young man with a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. He wore a feather crown and a long robe. This person's temperament and appearance were so handsome that even Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He was almost half as handsome as himself. Beside these 4 people, there were 6 purple-clothed old men. Some were calm and collected, some were fierce and fiendish, and some had the demeanor of a transcendent being. These old men curiously sized up Lin Chen, as if they wanted to see through all of his secrets. But without exception, their auras were not any weaker than the Tao-seeking palace's black and white elders. "You are Lin Chen?" The armored man walked down from the purple light. For the first time, he smiled at Lin Chen. "Very good, a very good seedling." The charming woman chuckled, "A dragon among men, no wonder there have been legends everywhere in recent years. Just the Heaven's Choice Convention's champion, a 6th-grade saint-level alchemist, is enough to stand on equal footing with us." The handsome young man concisely said, "In the future, you will become a great talent." The handsome middle-aged man put away his paper fan and said in a rare serious tone, "It's the savior of the young Miss as expected of someone that the young Miss often mentions. He's really extraordinary. Compared to the monstrous geniuses that I've seen, he's much better. Seniors, You are. Lin Chen cupped his fists in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It could be seen that this person was a friend and not an enemy. Before the other party could reply, the old woman from the Wendao Palace said with a gloomy expression, "Zixia King Valley? Is it you bunch of reclusive people? Why are you interfering with my Dao querying palace?" Lin Chen was stunned. This group of experts that had suddenly arrived were actually from the Violet Cloud King Valley. "First uncle, second aunt, you're finally here." The little demon empress turned into a streak of light and stepped forward with a pure smile on her face. When everyone saw the little demon empress, they revealed a kind smile of meeting a family member. The charming young woman smiled and said, "You're really something, aren't you? Just a word and you want to mobilize all of us. What's wrong? Did you cause trouble again?" The little demon empress said proudly, "This time, it's not me who caused trouble, it's him." Everyone was puzzled. The little demon empress uncle, that purple-robed man, asked curiously, "What trouble did he cause?" "It's nothing much. I just killed a person on the monster rankings who was ranked over 8,000. The faces of everyone from the Violet Cloud King Valley froze. "Nothing much. Oh my god. This Lin Chen was even more troublesome than their young miss killing a monstrous genius ranked monstrous genius. It would be fine if you secretly played some dirty tricks and killed the other party, but to openly kill a monstrous genius ranked monstrous genius in the 36 regions? Even someone from an 8th rank sect wouldn't dare to do it so easily." The charming young woman laughed bitterly. As expected of someone who can stand on the same level as the young miss, he really is an existence that transcends common sense. "Stop talking nonsense, you're already here. This Lin Chen, our Violet Cloud King Valley will protect him. No matter what mistake he made, our Violet Cloud King Valley will bear all responsibility. Ask those from the Dao Seeking Palace, do you want to scram yourselves or do you want me to send you on a trip?" The little demon empress uncle stood out, his domineering aura leaking out. Although he didn't reveal his saint power and cultivation, Lin Chen could faintly feel the majesty and pressure of the sun's saint power. At the same time, Lin Chen felt a wave of emotion in his heart. They didn't ask for the reason and chose to stand on his side. The little demon empress didn't tell him about this situation. She privately called her own experts. This was definitely not a simple matter. This meant that Lin Chen would take responsibility for killing a monstrous genius ranked monstrous genius and drag the Violet Cloud King Valley down as well, completely binding them to the same side. It was impossible for the little demon empress not to know the consequences. However, Lin Chen still seriously transmitted his voice to the purple-robed man. "Senior, this is my personal matter. Although I have a good relationship with Little Demon, this matter can't be raised to the level of sect power. All right, young man, if our Violet Cloud King Valley decides to do something, no one can stop us." "What? Could it be that if we help you today, you can stop us?" The purple-robed man laughed mockingly. Lin Chen was a little speechless. Why did this tough attitude feel so familiar? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The experts of the Dao Seeking Palace all returned to the side of the old female protector. The old female protector in the lead concealed her killing intent. Her voice was hoarse and sinister. "Violet Cloud King Valley, you are not as strong as you were in the past. You can't take responsibility for this matter. Whether we can take responsibility or not, it's not up to someone like you who has half a foot in the coffin to decide. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, take your people and scram. Otherwise, leave something behind before you leave." The little demon empress uncle patted the dust off his shoulders, the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful arc, his attitude extremely overbearing. The experts of the Dao Seeking Palace all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. If they really fought, they wouldn't have a chance of winning, but if they retreated, wouldn't the Dao Seeking Palace lose all face? 1. The purple-robed man began to count, and stretched out his finger, 2. Finally, the old female protector revealed a look of unwillingness, and was about to wave her hand and take her people away, 3. The casual voice was like a thunderbolt, instantly tearing the sky apart. "This 3, this old man will count for you. When the tiger is absent, the monkey is king. The people of the Violet Cloud King Valley are really overbearing. Rumble tilde tilde, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." When the space shook, 9,999 rays of holy light intertwined, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if the wind and clouds, the dragon and the tiger had seen the mountains and rivers. There were also golden boys and girls composing holy songs to praise virtue. Balls of gorgeous five-colored auspicious clouds thousands of meters in size enveloped the surroundings, and the heaven and earth phenomenon instantly changed into a holy land. When this aura appeared, it was as if even the darkest place in the world could become a holy land. Within the five-colored auspicious clouds, there were 11 black-robed men standing. Their auras were so strong that even the heaven and earth trembled in their presence. In front of the black-robed men stood an immortal-like old man with a white beard. He had a smile on his face, and 9 holy wheels were spinning behind his head. His calm gaze contained a kind of majesty that could enlighten the world, and it could make billions of living beings revere him. "Young man, you have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Come with me, Lin Chen. Today, no one can protect you." When the old man with the white beard spoke, Lin Chen suddenly felt that the world was spinning, and his mind was a little confused. Inexplicably, a kind of respect and trust for the old man arose in his heart. Break. Lin Chen's mind was awakened, and his will was strong enough to break through the old man's gaze. He was extremely vigilant in his heart. "Oh, this young man." The old man with the white beard was slightly surprised. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It was as if the old man's words represented the truth, and it made people involuntarily believe in him. When the Tao-seeking palace's experts saw this group of people appear, they were immediately overjoyed. It's the demon-ranking law enforcement team directly under the 10 major sect. All the experts at the scene instantly became tense, and the scene was extremely strange and chaotic. Lin Chen, Tao-seeking palace, Violet Cloud King Valley, and the demon-ranking law enforcement team. Chapter 1325. The people of Tao-seeking palace seemed to have regained their confidence in an instant as they immediately surrounded the people from Purple Cloud King Valley. The monstrous genius list's law enforcement team definitely lived up to their name. Even if there were many experts from Purple Cloud King Valley today, they might not be a match for the law enforcement team. Taking a step back, even if the two sides were evenly matched, without the protection of Purple Cloud King Valley, the people of Tao-seeking palace were enough to take down Lin Chen. At least, that was what they thought. Monstrous genius list's law enforcement team? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and sent a message to the little demon empress privately. The reason why some saints are afraid of killing monstrous geniuses is because they are afraid of attracting these guys, right? Not only was the little demon empress not afraid, she even looked eager to give it a try. Her dimples were bewitching as she sent a sound transmission to Lin Chen. "That's not completely right. This enforcement squad should only be one of the groups. Normally, when killing a genius on the monstrous geniuses list, the first to be provoked would be the power behind that genius and the enforcement squad of a single group. If a single law enforcement team cannot handle it, then more law enforcement teams will appear. Every law enforcement team is very strong and they all belong to the 10 great sects that created the monstrous genius list. There are also experts from other rank 8 sects who joined to form them. If the problem is extremely serious, it will even attract the old monsters in the law enforcement team. Those are monsters that have existed since the beginning of the sacred boundary. Traces of them can only be found if you trace them back to the primordial era of the sacred boundary. Even in rank 8 sects, they are at the level of Grand Elders. However, they normally would not send out such people because of the death of a monstrous genius list. Speaking of this, the little demon empress eyes shone as she looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. It was as if she was telling him, "You have to do your best to cause trouble. I just want to see what those old monsters are like." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Then, as if deep in thought, he quickly calculated the situation at the scene. His legs seemed to have a faint golden divine radiance circulating. If the situation was slightly off, Lin Chen would immediately use the 3 parts of the war god set. "I still have the heaven-defying warrior." According to what the fairy said, unless those old monsters of the law enforcement team come in person, my chances of winning are definitely not 0 even if more experts come. Lin Chen's confidence did not diminish. Although his cultivation had not improved by much, the strength that he could erupt with now was far greater than any of the previous times. Whoosh tilde. The purple-robed man stood in front of Lin Chen, his expression indifferent and cold. All the elders of the Violet Cloud King Valley were prepared for battle. Violet Cloud King Valley, this old man will return your words to you. Leave this place within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship. This young man is not qualified to look down on the rules of the monster ranking. The white-bearded old man in the 5-colored auspicious cloud was calm and collected. His words had a saintly aura that could enlighten the world, making people involuntarily believe in him. He waved his sleeve, and the surrounding space trembled. It made Lin Chen feel a dangerous aura. This was an extremely advanced spatial confinement method. The space here was completely confined, and no one could travel or teleport away, unless their cultivation was higher than that old man's, or if many experts joined forces to attack. Only Little Shadow could still maintain a calm expression, and even had a hint of disdain. Law enforcement team, right? I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? At this time, the purple-robed man standing in front of Lin Chen and the little demon empress suddenly laughed. Boom tilde. The 11 black-robed men on the 5-colored auspicious cloud stepped out at the same time, completely ignoring him. Zi Tianhu, why aren't you taking your people and scramming? You can protect him for now, but you can't protect him forever. The white-bearded old man's brows were tightly knitted, and the 5-colored auspicious cloud faintly surged with wind and thunder. The handsome young man and the charming woman protected Lin Chen and the little demon empress at the same time, ready to attack at any time. Zi Tianhu leisurely laughed. We indeed can't protect him forever, but you old fellows haven't come out for too long. I'm afraid you don't even know what the current situation is. Do you know this little guy's identity? He pointed at Lin Chen, and even the handsome Lin Chen was stunned. What identity do I have? Other than the title of the most handsome in the sacred boundary, I have nothing. The dragon race's 10,000 Dragons Association. This brat has a holy dragon in his body. As a human, with the body of a holy dragon, he infiltrated the 10,000 Dragons Association and obtained the title of King of 10,000 Dragons. My Purple Cloud King Valley may not be able to protect him forever, but what do you think will happen if I bring him out of here and deliver him to the dragon race in the Great Wasteland? Zi Tianhu's arrogant and domineering words stirred up 1,000 waves. The expressions of many hidden old monsters and the sect masters of the mystic realm who were secretly spying on them all change. How could they not know the name of the 10,000 Dragons Association? Every generation's king of 10,000 dragons was at the peak of the immemorial dragon race, and every one of them was a monarch-like existence. This brat was actually the king of 10,000 dragons? The human race's king of 10,000 dragons? Are you telling a story here? Lin Chen immediately understood and released his holy dragon, which coiled in the void. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and even the demon genius list's enforcers were stunned for a moment when they saw his majestic dragon body, the dragon's body of the sky-raising dragon, the dragon's tail of the extreme hell water dragon, and the dragon's eyes of the yin-yang creation dragon. Pure bloodline, pure aura, a genuine peak 8th grade bloodline, and 3 bloodlines in one body. That king of 10,000 dragons has the same origin as this brat. Even someone as knowledgeable as the enforcement team of the Demon Genius list was shocked. They were very clear about the difficulty of raising the grade of a dragon's bloodline with multiple bloodlines. The purer the bloodline, the more likely it was to trigger a conflict between the bloodlines and self-destruct. 3 peak 8th grade bloodlines? One of a kind. The enforcement team of the Demon Genius list lived in seclusion all year round. They knew that a new legendary king of 10,000 dragons had been born in the dragon race, and that he had multiple bloodlines. However, they did not appear in the boundary tower, so they did not immediately know that this was a dragon reared by this brat. One man and one dragon had the same origin, a king of 10,000 dragons and a champion of the Heaven's Choice Convention. If you force him into a corner, ha ha ha, if I bring them to the dragon race, what will happen? Zi Tianhu laughed mockingly, and his laughter was full of threat. His meaning was very simple. Purple Cloud King Valley did not plan to protect him forever. Later, he would bring people to break out of the encirclement. Since the enforcement team was so awesome, if you have the guts, go to the dragon race and ask for him. If you don't, in time, a super strong warrior would appear in the dragon race. A 6th grade saint level alchemist and a king of 10,000 dragons with 3 peak 8th grade bloodlines. If this brat was forced to rely on the dragon race, the enforcement team would have to think twice. Don't think you can scare me with this. However, you did let me see this brat's potential. There will only be 2 results today. Either this brat pleads guilty, or my enforcement team uses him. The white-bearded old man's aura shook. He actually left the 5-colored auspicious cloud and descended in front of everyone. Zi Tianhu narrowed his eyes. Did he not scare this old man? Chapter 1326. Their violet cloud King Valley had arrived in a hurry, and they did not bring too many experts with them. If they wanted to break out of the encirclement today, a tough battle was unavoidable. If they were careless, they might have to pay a heavy price. Leave that old man to me. One of you, help that kid. Don't let the Tao-seeking palaces people take him away. Zi Tianhu said before rising into the air. The handsome middle-aged man and beautiful woman's expressions changed slightly. He was going to hold back the enforcement team's captain alone? Just as the handsome young man was about to step in front of Lin Chen pushed him aside and stepped forward. Everyone from the Violet Cloud King Valley and Little Fairy, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I, Lin Chen, have always been a man who takes responsibility for his own actions. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose into a crazy arc. There's no need for everyone to make a move. I'll fight all of them alone. Life and death are insignificant, and fight if you're not convinced. Whoosh tilde. 3 streaks of golden light flashed, and a pair of golden armor appeared on Lin Chen's right arm and leg. The eyes of the Tao-seeking palace's old woman and the 2 old men trembled slightly. 3 pieces. This kid could fight with 6th Heaven True Saint Realm experts because of the golden light armor. Now, he actually had 2 more pieces of armor on his legs. He actually had 3 pieces. How monstrous was he? A trace of fear appeared in the hearts of the 2 old men. If it wasn't for the old woman's help, they might have been the ones in trouble when they fought Lin Chen. The enforcement team's captain frowned deeply. This kid's momentum was vigorous, and there were no traces of bluffing. Did he really have another trump card? Just as Lin Chen was about to activate the 3 pieces of the War God set, a long roar broke through the void, breaking the enforcement team's space restriction. Ha 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 ha. What a good life and death are insignificant, and fight if you're not convinced. This old man likes it. Ian, this little kid is really to my liking. Seeing that he's so strong-willed, I'll reluctantly let him be my grandson-in-law. However, he still needs to be tested. A myriad of sword lights shot down from the horizon, and they tore through 30 kilometers of space and actually interweaved to form layers of storms of sword chi that could topple mountains, overturn seas, and crush the sun and moon. In the storm of sword chi, a group of people walked out. Countless cracks instantly appeared in the space between heaven and earth. Sword marks pierced through the void as if tens of thousands of swords were shot out at the same time. Sword chi soared into the sky and rumbled. The leader of the group was a green-robed man. He was dressed in a green robe and had a green sword in his hand. He was radiating with vigor, as if he was proud of the world with his sword and could split the world with his sword. A large group of people and horses appeared one after another. There were 3 elders standing side by side as they flew over on their sword chi. Their sword chi evolved into the supreme sword chi of the myriad phenomena in the heavens. It was as if sword immortals had descended. Then, there were 21 people who were surrounded by countless sword lights. Some had swords at their waists, some had swords on their backs, and some were empty-handed. With just one look, it was as if 10,000 swords were shot out at the same time. Sword chi covered the sky and covered the earth. With a raise of his hand, the phenomenon of a peerless sword technique that transcended the heavens and earth evolved into boundless sword Tao. Space rumbled, and heaven and earth trembled. This group of people who walked out of the storm of sword chi were, without exception, all peerless sword saint. Every one of them, if placed in the 36 regions, was a super expert of the sword Tao who was worshipped by millions of swordsmen. The hidden old monsters of the mystic realm all sucked in a breath of cold air. Apart from that region, there was no other place in the sacred boundary that could gather so many peerless sword saints at the same time. They had actually come as well. Dao-seeking palace's people's expressions changed greatly. They were like mice that had seen a cat. Even Purple Cloud King Valley couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw this group of people. It's actually Sword Domain's people. Moreover, they are all sword saints above life and death realm. What a sharp sword chi pressure. The sword auras of those three elders are especially terrifying. Is this the strength of peak sword Dao experts? My Purple Cloud King Valley's purple and green sword saints are more than a level inferior to them. With the arrival of Sword Domain's experts, the various forces of the mystic realm who were secretly observing the situation couldn't help but be shocked. Just how much capital did he have to be able to invite this group of Sword Domain's super sword saints? Just how much power and influence did this kid have behind him? Marshal Lin's mouth was slightly agape as he stared in bewilderment. Even he was stunned. What's going on? Since when did I have such good relations with people? Why are there so many super formidable martial artists here? Even a hot pot isn't so messy. Lin, who was used to single-handedly defeating his enemies, was a little dazed when faced with such a scene. Where did so many big shots come from to help him? This wasn't a fight between kids. This was a real fight between the various great sect. The moment the Sword Domain's people arrived, they immediately stood in the direction of Lin Chen and Purple Cloud King Valley. That high and mighty enforcer team leader, who was like a Buddha that enlightened the world, was shocked. They actually came out of seclusion as well. Just for this kid. How is that possible? The three white-haired elders beside the green-robed man looked indifferent and disdainful as they waved their sleeves. Isn't this kid Mo? We haven't seen each other for a while, and he has already become the enforcer team leader. When we met back then, he was just a small enforcer. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. Two elders sighed. The hot-tempered sword emanations elder waved his hand impatiently, and 5 streaks of white light shot towards the sky. The enforcer team leader instantly turned pale with fright. He was no longer as calm as before, and he pushed his palm forward. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. The power of the two's exchange was not as earth-shattering as before, but it was full of mysteries and changes. The white light that shot towards the sky disappeared in a flash. The enforcer team leader, the white-bearded elder, let out a muffled cry as he retreated dozens of steps. When he stood still, his palm was bleeding profusely. The Dao-seeking palace's experts felt their scalps explode. Blood in one move. The difference between the two parties was obvious. The sword emanations elder said coldly, "Kidmo, do you want me to smash your dog head, or do you want to scram? Be smart and don't ruin my mood to see my grandson-in-law. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot." The little demon empress eyes flashed as she watched, and she even clapped her hands excitedly. She said happily, "Exciting, so exciting." The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This group of people was abnormally strong, especially the 3 elders in the lead. They gave him an immeasurable sense of power, and they were unfathomable. He simply couldn't estimate what realm these 3 people's cultivation had reached. Even the terrifyingly strong enforcer team leader could only be considered a junior in front of these 3 elders. What is this kid's background? To be able to invite people from Heavenly Sword region, this is not something a 6th grade Saint grade alchemist can do. Hurry up and send the order back to activate the sect's defensive array. Damn it, if this group of people fight, how many places in the northwestern region will be turned into ruins? Damn it, when I went to Heavenly Sword region to seek the Dao-seeking palace, I was lucky enough to see this sword emanations elder. Hundreds of eras have passed, and he still has that mysterious look on his face. He is so damn scary. The hidden old monsters of the mystic realm sighed in amazement, and the leaders of the various forces were in a mess. Once these 3 elders appeared, it would be difficult for the enforcer team to clean up the mess. The little demon empress could not help but excitedly move closer to Lin Chen, and whispered with a sound transmission, "Lin Chen, how did you do it? You were able to get so many experts from mighty Heavenly Sword region to come help you. Those are all stubborn fellows, and they always do things their own way. Even high-level saint-level alchemists are hard to invite. Why don't you reveal a bit?" Could it be that you are hiding your background and power? You're actually a super cool second-generation heir behind my back? Lin Chen looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and pretended to sigh deeply. I don't know either. Maybe it is because I am handsome. Little Demon Empress. At this time, there was an extremely beautiful red-haired beauty in the storm of sword energy. She was like a graceful butterfly, and anxiously flew towards Lin Chen. When the Little Demon Empress saw the red-haired beauty, she subconsciously exclaimed, "It really is because he is handsome." Chapter 1327. Lin Chen, are you alright? Did they hurt you? The red-haired beauty came over gracefully. Her red dress was like the clouds, and her beautiful face, which had always been cold and indifferent due to her obsession with the way of the sword, was now filled with gentleness as she looked at Lin Chen with a bit of heartache. Lin Chen was a little stunned. Jian Qingcheng? Could it be her? Damn. It can't be. Could it be that she brought such a strong lineup over? Lin Chen's heart was shocked. Was he worthy of her going to such an extent? Could it be that I've finally surpassed that man in terms of handsomeness? Facing the beauty's worry, Lin Chen said helplessly, I'm fine. Are these your family members? They're too strong. You helped me. I can't accept it. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. These words were sincere. He didn't think that he had the ability to invite experts like the three elders of the Sword region. It's fine. You helped me before. In the sacred burial mountain range, if you didn't help, I might have been injured by the clear sky Saint King. You. Before Jian Qingcheng finished speaking, she saw the bloodstains on Lin Chen's arm and her beautiful face changed slightly. When she held Lin Chen's hand, the three elders of the Sword region instantly changed their expressions. The Sword Emanation's elder immediately scolded him. Kid, let go of your dog's paw. With this scolding, the well-behaved Lin Chen quickly let go of his hand. Seeing Lin Chen retract his hand at lightning speed, a trace of disappointment flashed across Jian Qingcheng's brows, and the other elder hurriedly said, Little guy, why are you in a daze? Quickly hold it back. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to raise his hand, the third elder warned, You can only hold 2 fingers. This old man hasn't acknowledged you yet. Lin Chen. Damn it. The Little Demon Empress laughed at the side, not caring about her image. Her beautiful body trembled, and she laughed miserably. Seeing his daughter's worried look, the green-robed man sighed in his heart. My daughter, you finally found a man who can hold you. When he took a second glance at Lin Chen, a wisp of unprecedented shock surged into the eyes of the green-robed man. The mental energy of a Saint Realm Grand Mastery stage expert was as vast and profound as the Milky Way. Excluding the power from the arm guard, his body refinement realm had reached 18 billion dragon energy points. His cultivation was at Saint Tier 3, and he had opened 24 Saint Acupoint. The foundation of a 6th grade Saint grade alchemist, the identity of the king of 10,000 dragons. More importantly, all of this was built on his age. Judging from his life energy fluctuations, he was extremely young. Ordinary saints might think that he was no different from the geniuses on the demon genius list, but for saints who had lived for a long time, it was difficult to tell the difference between 10,000 years old and 1,000 years old. This was also the reason why many saints automatically ignored Lin Chen's age after he became a saint. This was because it was extremely difficult to determine a saint's true age without careful observation. One could only estimate it roughly. However, Lin Chen's father had seen through Lin Chen's true age at a glance. In his early 20s. How is this possible? At such a young age, he actually possesses such a terrifying foundation. The green-robed man was shocked. No wonder his precious daughter would fall in love with him. This was not just a monstrous genius. His talent was peerless, almost comparable to some saint-infant existences. Other than him, the sword saints of the other sects in Sword region were also sizing up Lin Chen, and the results all shocked them. There was actually such a young man here. Just a moment ago, they were still wondering if this person was worthy of Jian Qingcheng, but now, he had far exceeded their expectation. This little guy is really fierce, even the people from Sword region came for him. It seems that it's not our turn to worry about him this time, ha ha ha. As expected of the person that young miss often mentions. This person is really shocking. Everyone from the 7th grade sects and above knows about what happened in Sword Region back then. Their foundation can be said to be unrivaled in the sacred boundary. Now that they have made a move, I'm afraid the enforcement team will be defeated again. The people from Purple Cloud King Valley looked at each other and retreated a little, only protecting the little demon empress. It was as if they were watching a show. On the other side, Sword Emanations, Jian Ming, why have you old fellows come out of seclusion? Could it be that the battle back then did not teach you enough of a lesson? The captain of the enforcement team gritted his teeth, but there was some fear and stage fright. The green-robed man turned around, and there seemed to be a storm of sword energy in his eyes. He smiled gently and elegantly without losing his sharpness. The battle back then? You're thinking too much. Your superiors just wanted to calm you people down. Back then, both sides were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. It was just that they did not want to fight to the death. Damn it. The Sword Emanations elder's temper flared up again. He coldly scolded, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If he doesn't scram, then let's do it." In the center of his palm, a pure white sword energy flashed, as if a sword that could split the heavens was about to be unsheathed. The enforcement team's expressions changed. 11 black-robed men stepped out together, and the people from Dao Querying Palace braced themselves and stood in front. This old fellow really started a fight just because of a disagreement. If they did not join forces, they really could not stop him. Aggressive old things. Are you the only ones who have people? This old man will call for reinforcements too. The captain of the enforcement team hardened his heart, and a green jade scroll appeared in his hand. Space energy filled the scroll, and it seemed to contain the stars, the sun, and the moon. It was so majestic that it seemed as if there were mysteries hidden in it. However, before the captain of the enforcement team could crush the green jade scroll, all the 6th heaven true saints present seemed to sense something, and their expressions changed. 7 beams of holy light descended from the 9 heavens. Flowers fell from the sky, and holy might shone through the ages. From the pillars of light, groups of figures walked out in an orderly fashion. The space within a radius of several million li shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. The old monsters of the mystic realm sucked in a breath of cold air. More experts had arrived. How many batches had it been? Within the pillars of light, a gray-haired old man coughed lightly and said, "Sigh. Why are the people of Mighty Sword Domain pressuring my enforcement team?" The old man beside him had a sinister centipede scar on his face. He laughed coldly and said, "If you guys haven't fought enough back then, you can fight to your heart's content again today." The beautiful middle-aged woman in a jade-green dress shook her head unwillingly. The people of Mighty Sword Domain are always like this, unreasonable and unreasonable. This old lady really doesn't want to see you guys. 7 pillars of holy light, and 12 people walked out from each of them. The ones leading them were not inferior to the captain of the enforcement team. It was the other 7 enforcement teams of the monstrous geniuses list. This kind of lineup was completely used to exterminate a sect. Oh, calling for reinforcements. The Sword Emanations old man furrowed his brows. Based on their reaction time, with the cultivation of these people, it was impossible for them to cross space and arrive in the mystic realm in such a short time. Sure enough, at the moment when the 7 pillars of light dissipated, more experts appeared. An old man was faintly walking over from midair, and it caused the experts of Sword Domain to reveal solemn expressions. The old man was leaning on a walking stick, and he looked extremely weak. However, the strange thing was that he actually had 3 heads. Every head had a different expression. One had the demeanor of a transcendent being, while another had a sinister expression, like a sinister centipede. Another had a benevolent expression, like an amiable old man. With 3 heads in one body, this old man exuded a strange aura. At this moment, Jian Qingqing's father and the 3 old men of Mighty Sword Domain revealed serious expressions. This old man was someone they had exchanged blows with before. Chapter 1328. A rare look of seriousness appeared on the faces of the 3 elders of the Sword region. They didn't even care about the captains of the enforcement team. The problem was this old man. The 3 Yin ghost saints. How did they become like this? Jian Qingqing's father frowned and said in a serious tone, they actually merged into one. These three old things aren't dead yet. The three of them have merged into one, and they seem to have broken through to a new realm. These three old things are really lucky. The previous battle clearly cut them into 7 or 8 pieces, but they actually improved a lot. The 3 elders of the sword region looked serious. You 3 old things aren't dead yet, so how can we die? The underworld ghost saint said with a smile. He was the head on the left, and although he had the face of a kind old man, when he looked at the 3 elders, a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Instead of obediently staying in the sword region, you came out to die. This old man didn't have the chance to take revenge, and you delivered yourselves to my doorstep. The violent saint of the 3 ghost saints had a fierce expression and bared his teeth. He was like a savage beast that had finally found its prey and was about to go berserk. It's actually the 3 yin ghosts. Even such legendary figures have come out. The expressions of the people from the Purple Cloud King Valley were unprecedentedly serious. Figures of this level, even in the heyday of the Purple Cloud King Valley, were top-notch expert. This is going to be troublesome. These 3 old things seem to have become a little strange. Zi Tianhu protected the little demon empress with an extremely serious expression. Even the people from the Purple Cloud King Valley who were present today couldn't even be considered juniors in front of these 3 elders. These were super experts who had been famous for a long time in the primordial era. What a terrifying pressure. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's suppressing all the experts here. Lin Chen's expression was extremely serious. Although the 2 sides were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, Lin Chen knew that he didn't feel the pressure of the 3 ghost saints' aura. It was all because the sword saint experts from the sword region were gathered here, and their sword auras were extremely strong, which shared the pressure. If he were to face these 3 old things directly, he probably wouldn't even be able to take a single palm strike in his normal state. These 3 old ghosts were definitely the old monsters of the enforcement squad that the little demon empress had mentioned. There was only one way for him to fight against such an existence. That was to use absolute life and death, the heaven-defying talent, and the 3 pieces of the war god set. Perhaps he would have a chance to fight it head-on. Even the prideful little shadow revealed a hint of fear. The more intelligent a creature was, the more they would be able to assess their opponents. Even when facing the captains of the law enforcement team, Little Shadow was still somewhat disdainful. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to catch him, but facing the 3 ghost saints, it had an instinctive fear. At the very least, it didn't have absolute confidence that it could escape from this old monster. The 3 ghost sages were originally triplets. Their hearts were connected, and their bloodline was the same. They cultivated the same cultivation method and mental cultivation method, and even became saints on the same day. During the great battle between the sword region and the monster ranking in the ancient times, the 3 of them were at the same level as the 3 elders of the sword region. At that time, the 3 elders of the sword region joined forces with other experts and cut the 3 of them into pieces. Even their spirits were almost destroyed. Although the 3 elders of the sword region also suffered heavy injuries from the counterattack before their deaths, it was expected that the 3 old ghosts would die even if they survived. They would never be able to return to their peak state and could be considered completely destroyed. But now, the 3 of them had appeared again and merged into one. This was probably their last resort to save their lives back then, and it was also related to their cultivation method and mental cultivation method. The 3 of them merged into one and became a new entity. Just based on the 3 elders' perception, the 3 of them had one more saint point than the 3 of them. At the late stages of the saint realm, every time a saint point was opened, it would bring about earth-shattering changes. Although the 3 ghost sages had become one, there was no doubt that even if they were alone, with one more saint point opened, their strength would transform to a whole new level. To be precise, the 3 ghost sages were now them in terms of consciousness, but in terms of saint point cultivation, it was him alone. If it wasn't for Senior Ghost Saint's request, I really wouldn't want to fight with these lunatics. One of the enforcers shook his head and said. Although they had the advantage in numbers, everyone knew of the sword region's prowess back then. As the region that had once given birth to the sword god, it was one of the regions with the most terrifying foundations in the sacred boundary. Those 3 old fogies actually reached that realm before us. Fortunately, the 3 of them fused together in exchange for this result. If all 3 of them had reached that realm, with the temperament of those 3 old fogies, I'm afraid that all of us who came here today would have been annihilated. The battle back then would have had a different outcome. Elder Jian Ming waved his sleeves lightly, and 10,000 sword lights turned into a green sword. With the sword in his hand, Elder Jian Ming's sword aura skyrocketed, like a divine sword that pierced through the heavens. It caused the clouds to shatter. No wonder the enforcers came so quickly. So it was premeditated. Elder Jian Jin stood at the front and clenched his hand. A purple sacred sword appeared in his palm, and a dragon's roar could be faintly heard from the sword. Elder Sword emanations revealed his killing intent as he held the sword with both hands. The sword's edge shone brightly, and his battle intent soared to the heavens. He looked like he was ready to go all out at any moment. Let us deal with these old ghosts. Jian Cheng, you protect that kid. Elder Jian Ming transmitted his voice without even turning his head. No. Jian Qingqing's father, Sect Master Jian Cheng, objected immediately. Do you really think that I'm still the hothead from back then? Although these 3 old ghosts have merged into one, their cultivation level has increased. We will definitely need the 4 of us to stop them. Jian Cheng's attitude was firm. The 3 old ghosts' cultivation levels had been severely injured since the previous battle. It had not been easy for them to recover, but they had not had any breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Now, even if it was 3 against 1, Jian Cheng was still worried. If the 3 old ghosts were injured, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the 3 ghost sages sneered at the enforcers. Leave the 4 in front to us. The rest will be left to you. You can capture whatever you want. I only want the lives of the Sword Region's people. The 3 faces revealed sinister and cruel smiles at the same time as they laughed sinisterly. The pain of the merged bodies, the hatred of hundreds of eras, the 3 of us have been tormented. Today, we can finally pay it all back. Karkaka, Jijijiji, everyone in the Sword Region will die. The 3 faces laughed ferociously, and the entire sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. In the distance, a palace trembled non-stop, and the ground cracked again. Inside the Snow Dragon Palace, Fairy Scarlet's pretty face turned pale. Just a few waves of pressure released by the old ghost had made her show signs of not being able to protect the people of the Iceheart Palace. This old ghost's cultivation level was too terrifying. It was definitely not just at the Soulstar realm. Clang, clang, clang. Streaks of sword light that spanned 100,000 miles were like peerless rainbows. The clanging of swords turned into clear sword whistles and gathered in the hands of the Sword Saint. All the Sword Saints of the Sword Region unsheathed their swords at the same time. The enforcers released their saint aura, and the light from their saint points shattered the spatial crystal walls continuously. Their aura was like the fall of a mountain and sea prison. Protect the young miss and retreat first, then protect Lin Chen. Zi Tianhu circulated his heart technique, and everyone in the Purple Cloud King Valley showed a look of desperation. In the battle back then, the Sword Region and the main forces of the monster rankings were indeed neck and neck. No one could do anything to the other. But strictly speaking, it was the main force of the monster rankings that lost, and this loss was in terms of reputation. The supreme image that they had created was broken for the first time. Otherwise, the Ghost Saints would not have come personally. This battle was to regain their reputation and the hatred of the 3-yin Ghost Saint. No wonder they made a move in advance. They probably sensed our movements while we were in the Sword Region. Those 3 old geezers had a life and death enmity with us all those years ago. Even though they've merged into one now, their cultivation has risen to a whole new level. Shit, the experts of our Sword Region aren't all present. Now, not only were we unable to help that little fellow, Lin Chen, we've dragged him down instead. Sect Master Jian Cheng cursed in his heart. If Lin Chen was captured, his daughter would probably be reduced to tears, and it was possible that her sword Dao would not improve at all. But if the 3 old ghosts were injured, he would not be able to resolve the situation. The hidden old monsters of the mystic realm immediately fled. The leaders of the major sects even withdrew their spiritual consciousness. Damn, if this battle really started, Not to mention their spiritual consciousness, even their physical bodies would have to pay a heavy price. If this battle happened, the entire northwest region of the Mystic Realm would be turned upside down. Even if they notified the Mystic Realm's rank 8 or higher forces, it would be too late to stop the battle. Because no one could mobilize enough experts to stop the battle in a short time. At this critical moment, Lin Chen's figure flashed, and he stood at the front of the group. His gaze was fixed on the 3 Yin Ghost Saint. The 3 Yin Ghost Saints narrowed their eyes. Third Heaven Sage Realm? In front of him, this cultivation level was no different from stepping on a mouse. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Lin Chen's body flashed with golden light, and the war god's greaves and vambraces shone with boundless golden light. His battle intent soared, and his pure strength began to surge. He shouted sternly, "Heavens! Heaven defying! Bang tilde!" Just as Lin Chen was about to activate the heaven-defying technique, an explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Above the 9 heavens, a scarlet divine flame that covered heaven and earth descended from the sky. After killing the small one, the big one comes. Not enough for the big one to come, and you still want to call the old one. You are neither human nor ghost, yet you are so arrogant. If you have the ability, why don't you spar with this seat? A beautiful figure floated out from the divine flame like a fairy. The fiery silk fluttered around the beautiful woman like a fairy. Her red dress was tender and beautiful like fire. Her beauty was enough to topple a nation, and she was completely disdainful. At this moment, the expressions of all the experts present change. Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. Even she had come? Chapter 1329. The crimson divine flame descended from the 9 heavens, descending upon the world. A woman in a red dress appeared from within the divine flame like a fairy, descending right between the 2 parties. She alone was enough to stun the entire place. Tao-seeking palace, Purple Cloud King Valley, demon ranking enforcers, 3 elders of Sword Region, 3 ghostly saints, and all the experts were shocked. Other weak forces might not recognize it, but they would not. That divine flame was the unique symbol of a certain force. Divine Flame Palace. This force once stood at the peak of the sacred boundary and ruled over the 36 regions, dominating an entire era. Even though there were changes and Divine Flame Palace declined, their foundation was still not something they could compare with. If it was an ordinary expert from Divine Flame Palace, it would be fine. However, the 3 elders of Sword Region, Jian Cheng, and the enforcers had all seen this lady's portrait. One of the 2 honorable guardians of Divine Flame Palace, Shangguanju? The 3 ghostly saints of gloom were shocked. Purple Cloud King Valley's Zi Tianhu clicked his tongue in wonder and gasped in amazement. Too strong. My mother. Even if our Violet Cloud King Valley didn't come, nothing would happen to this brat. Divine Flame Palace was famous among the 6th grade sects and above. Everyone knew about it. Even the group of unruly sword saints from the sword domain looked at Lin Chen with gazes of shock that were difficult to conceal, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that all of them were dumbstruck. If Divine Flame Palace could move for him, they would not be so shocked if it was an ordinary elder. But this was a honorable guardian. Divine Flame Palace only had 2 honorable guardians, and each of them was once a figure in the sacred boundary. They had reached the peak of the demon ranking and were listed on the Saint Talent ranking. They were second only to the Palace Master and ancestor of Divine Flame Palace. It was not an exaggeration to call them second in command. Who was this kid that could make the second in command of Divine Flame Palace come to Mystic Region? Does this kid have a background? Didn't Qing Cheng say that he has no background? Not to mention a 6th grade Saint Alchemist, even a 7th grade or 8th grade Saint Alchemist would not be able to move Divine Flame Palace. The eyes of the 3 elders of the Sword Region were filled with shock. Even in their Sword Region, there were few who could match this woman. Perhaps only those few from the past could compare to her. Lin Chen's handsome face froze. His mouth was slightly agape, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This red-clothed woman, Shangguanju, was the great figure who had once descended upon the 9 provinces to take Bai Ruoyan away. As if sensing Lin Chen's puzzled gaze, Shangguanju laughed and scolded, "Brat, what are you looking at? You don't know Ruoyan, but Ruoyan knows you well. You can cause trouble no matter where you go. If you die here, Ruoyang, This girl won't go berserk. Didn't I have to clean up the mess for you? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Sister Ruoyon really knew him well. In fact, there was one more thing that she did not mention. If Lin Chen died, Bai Ruoyon would not be the only one who would go berserk. There was also Shen Lingshuang, who was now the most popular figure in the Godly Flame Palace. Shang Guanju almost completely ignored the law enforcement team opposite her and lectured Lin Chen severely. Brat, don't you know how to be smart? How can you kill someone from the demon genius list openly? You can just find a place to trick him a few times. No one will care about you even if you try. If you do it openly, isn't that like a bandit committing rape on the street? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This great aunt was really too domineering, but this handsome guy likes this attitude. To say this in front of the leaders of the law enforcement team of the demon genius list, does she not want face? The experts of the sword region instantly felt the pressure decrease. They held the attitude of watching a show with ridicule on their faces. What a joke! With the Godly Flame Palace's venerable guardians here, they did not even have the chance to attack. Unexpectedly, the three ghostly saints and the leader of the law enforcement team were livid, but they did not even dare to let out a fart. Suppression. This was true suppression of strength. If you have a bigger fist, you can be bullied. If you don't have strength, face is nothing. The three ghostly saints of the Yin Fiend tried to act tough. The dark ghost saint with the middle head gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, we also have connections with those people above us. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the regions by bullying us openly?" Shang Guanju pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, so you want to be fair? I like fairness the most." Shang Guanju waved her sleeve and her beautiful lips curled up slightly. "All right, cut the crap. Strength speaks for itself. Let's fight one-on-one. All of you come at me together. I'll fight all of you alone." Lin Chen. Why do these words sound so familiar? Hearing this, all the experts felt their scalps tingle. The people of the Dao-seeking palace were so scared that they retreated thousands of miles, their teeth chattering. Not to mention the experts of the law enforcement team, even the three ghostly saints of the Yin Fiend could not help but take a step back subconsciously. Forget it. Who the hell wants to fight with you? Fight with the Divine Flame Palace's venerable guardians? Are you tired of living? The little demon empress' beautiful eyes lit up as if she had seen her idol. At this moment, she was staring at Shang Guanju with a face full of admiration. Shang Guanju smiled and scolded coldly. "If you don't come, remember it in the future. This kid is under my, Shang Guanju's protection. If anyone wants to mess with him, they'll have to mess with me first." Lin Chen. Why does it sound a little weird? The members of the law enforcement team looked at each other. Were they going to be humiliated again? Back then, it was the Sword region. Now, it was the Divine Flame Palace. If this continued, the law enforcement team of the Demon Genius list would lose their dignity. Suddenly, Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes focused, and she turned to look at the distant void in an instant. Almost at the moment when Shang Guanju reacted, powerful and calm domineering laughter echoed between heaven and earth. "Oh, Divine Flame Palace, do you really think that you're the overlord of the sacred boundary? Today, no one can save this kid's life." The laughter was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Chen's spiritual perception felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, he felt an extremely terrifying holy aura. Fut tilde tilde, boom, boom, boom. The laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Waves of pitch-black shadows covered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Tens of millions of miles in radius seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. All the experts who had just relaxed were instantly on full alert. Even Shang Guanju's snow-white face showed a touch of strangeness and doubt. She felt a very strange aura in the dark aura that covered the sky. The Dark Shadow Clan? The Dragon Clan? The Devil Clan? They were all mixed together. Sizzle. The little shadow on Lin Chen's shoulder suddenly went crazy and bared its teeth. The dark shadow in the shape of a black dragon flew up and circled above Lin Chen's head. It revealed its original body and stared straight ahead. This aura is exactly the same as the little shadows. While Lin Chen was shocked, an ancient mirror in the peach blossom plant pouch was shining. It seemed to have sensed the call and wanted to riot. However, it was directly suppressed by Lin Chen's avatar. Lin Chen was shocked. This was the sky-devouring mirror. The person who came was the owner of the sky-devouring mirror. If that was the case, the endless dark shadows seemed to drag heaven and earth into the boundless void. Other than Shangguan Ju, everyone lost their perception of space and couldn't even break through space. A black cloud appeared in the sky. Whether it was the enforcement team of the monster list, Sword Domain, Purple Cloud King Valley, or Lin Chen's people, they all looked in the direction of the black cloud. The black cloud rolled and 7 figures gradually appeared. The leader was a young man with an imposing appearance and a jade-like face, but he was slightly pale. There was a red dot between his eyebrows and his entire body was flowing with colorful brilliance. That was the light that belonged to odd crystals. Next to him was an old man with a seemingly benevolent face. His old eyes were rolling with crazy killing intent and greed as he stared in Lin Chen's direction. The people of the enforcement team were the first to recognize the person on the black cloud. The former first on the monster list, Yin Son of Heaven. The old man standing next to him was the long-dead Tuo Sheng. No, to be precise, it should be the ultimate shadow who possessed Tuo Sheng's body. Lin Chen silently clenched his fists while the little shadow let out a faint roar. In that instant, the gazes of 2 archenemies collided, ignoring all the experts present. Lin Chen against Yin Son of Heaven. The 14th stage Ultimate Shadow against the 13th stage Ultimate Shadow. Chapter 1330. The sudden appearance of Son of Heaven Yin and the 14th Ultimate Shadow who had taken over Tuo Sheng's body had caught everyone by surprise. Lin Chen's heart sank when he saw the old man. This was probably Tuo Sheng's former saint body, and now it had become the body of the 14th Ultimate Shadow. Previous mistake, Little Shadow was the 15th. Even the former number 1 on the monstrous genius list is here. Son of Heaven Yin, didn't he disappear for many years? Why did he suddenly appear? According to my information, didn't he disappear with the 9th Yin Heaven sect? Also, it was rumored that after his master died, this child disappeared without a trace. What a powerful aura, even I can't see through his cultivation. The captains of the enforcement team were shocked, and the 3 ghostly saints of the Yin Fiend were on high alert as they sized up Son of Heaven Yin and the rest. The situation was so chaotic, and the slightest carelessness would result in a bloody loss. Son of Heaven Yin was both evil and righteous, and no one truly understood him. Back then, when he ascended to the first place of the Monster Genius ranking, he could be said to have occupied the glory of the 36 domains and stood at the peak of the Monster Genius ranking. However, when everyone thought that Son of Heaven Yin would attack the Saint Talent list and become a member of the list, standing at the peak of the sacred boundary, he disappeared at the moment when he was most proud of his success. He had even chosen to withdraw from the first place of the monstrous genius list. This choice and result back then had caused an uproar among all the sect. What was even stranger was that a top 7th grade sect, the 9th Yin Heaven sect, had mysteriously disappeared when Son of Heaven Yin withdrew from the monstrous genius list. Even the independent space opened by the sect had been completely closed. After that, news of the 9th Yin Heaven sect and Son of Heaven Yin had completely disappeared from the sacred boundary. Until now, there had been no clear answer. Now, when they saw him again, his cultivation was even stronger than the 3 ghostly saints of the Yin Fiend. Is he the number 1 on the monstrous genius list who disappeared back then? This brat seems to have come for Lin Chen too. His cultivation is a little terrifying, and I can't see through him anymore. How many forces is he involved with? Everyone in Purple Cloud King Valley felt that an unprecedented storm was gradually appearing with Lin Chen as the center. Son of Heaven Yin looked down at Lin Chen from above and smiled evilly. You seem to have inherited all of his teachings. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. His laughter was cold and sinister. That's right. Thanks to you, Senior GU used his last strand of consciousness to entrust me with the task of eradicating a bastard like you. Oh. Son of Heaven Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive today. A 3rd level saint can refine 39 odd crystals. Your mental cultivation method seems to be somewhat mysterious. It can actually ignore the number of odd crystals. At this moment, Ultimate Shadow, who had maintained the appearance of a Buddha saint, began to distort and emit a sinister aura of shadow. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a young man as pale as a sheet of paper. It licked its lips and stared at Little Shadow, its voice hoarse. "It can't be wrong. Sure enough, it's true. This young fellow has the potential to be stronger than me. However, its weakness is also very obvious. There are clearly loopholes. Ha 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 ha, after swallowing it, my bloodline will definitely rise to another level." At this moment, Shangwon-ju stepped forward. She was dressed in red and her eyebrows were like fire. Her red lips parted slightly. "Are you going to scram on your own or get beaten up first?" Although Son of Heaven Yin's aura and that Buddha saint's aura were very strange, she, Shangwon-ju, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really fought, she wasn't afraid of the two at all. She was just worried about whether she could protect Lin Chen in all aspect. Son of Heaven Yin glanced at Ultimate Shadow, then looked around and smiled faintly at the law enforcers. "Everyone, you guys want Lin Chen's flesh shell, I want this brat's spiritual origin. I'll block the people from Divine Flame Palace for you guys block the people from Sword Realm, and will be responsible for taking him down." After saying that, Son of Heaven Yin didn't even have time to think and charged at Shangwon-ju. Courting death. Shangwon-ju's beautiful eyes scanned the entire scene and focused on Lin Chen. Her killing intent disappeared, and she flicked her slender fingers. A wisp of divine flame appeared on her fingertip, and the myriad blazing sun will spun in the sky. The center condensed into a divine light that crushed toward Son of Heaven Yin. Son of Heaven Yin's palm was enshrouded in tens of thousands of colorful lights, and he actually didn't have any fear as he sent a palm forward. Kai tilde. Bang. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the entire firmament cracked open. The earth veins instantly collapsed into abyss-like cracks. Fairy Scarlet's barrier suddenly shattered, and her beautiful face turned pale as she vomited blood. She waved her hand, and everyone from Iceheart Palace entered her Providence plant pouch and quickly retreated. "Attack! Kill these bastards from Sword Realm!" The three ghostly saints suddenly shouted, and the law enforcers gritted their teeth and rushed over with their saint power. "Defend them, don't let them come over." The three elders of Sword Realm suddenly shouted coldly and took the lead to block the three ghostly saint. The auras of both sides shattered heaven and earth, forming a second round of battle. "Take this brat down now." Dao-seeking Palace's experts swarmed forward, and the experts of Purple Cloud King Valley blocked them out of thin air. The law enforcers used their divine abilities, and the sword saints of Sword Realm performed supreme sword techniques. Their sharpness broke through the 9 heavens, and their peerless sword techniques bloomed like sword lotuses. The moment the two sides exchanged blows, the sun and moon of the entire northwest region dimmed, as if doomsday had arrived. Ultimate Shadow and Son of Heaven Yin's servants took action and escaped into the void. Rumble tilde. Purple Cloud King Valley's Zi Tianhu led the team and exploded the space with a punch, forcing several servants out. Together with the little demon Empress aunt and cousin, they intercepted 5 servants out of thin air. The situation of the battle could be said to be changing rapidly, and none of the experts present were weak. Excluding juniors like Lin Chen and Jian Qingcheng, the weakest was a perfect 5th-level saint. This scale of battle even surpassed the battle between Sword Realm and the main forces of the monster rankings. On the other side, "This is an odd crystal." Shangwon-ju's expression changed slightly. Although Son of Heaven Yin was a genius, he was still young. Furthermore, she was also an all-powerful figure on the monster rankings and had even entered the Saint Talent rankings. In terms of cultivation, 10 Son of Heaven Yin couldn't compare to Shangwon-ju. "Your cultivation can't compete with mine. How many odd crystals do you control?" Shangwon-ju threw out another palm, turning the sky and earth upside down and turning the mountains and seas into ashes. "Hehe, it's still too early to fight with you. Although I can't win against you, it's not a problem to delay you for a while." Son of Heaven Yin laughed sinisterly. As the two exchanged blows, it was as if a small plane exploded every time, and no one dared to come close. Whoosh tilde. A wisp of shadow escaped into the void and jumped through space unimpeded, breaking through the layers of seals. It was ultimate shadow. It went straight for Lin Chen and Little Shadow like a bolt of lightning, breaking through dozens of battle circles in the blink of an eye. Not good. This bastard is coming for me. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and he pulled Jian Qingcheng and the little demon empress behind him. His arm and leg armor shone brightly, and Lin Chen's strength broke through 9 trillion dragon power, 10 trillion dragon power. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.